Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 2nd of December. That's right, we are here, and the year is just flying by. Chief Swiss is in the house. Yo, 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 give up your chopsticks for a hamburger. I wonder what the reference to the hamburger is there. But maybe it's got to do with our title today, ladies and gentlemen. We will be going through, if you are wondering, we're going to be having a look at the supposed Russia and Ukraine peace deal. That's right, being brokered by none other than yours truly, everybody's favorite peacemaker, Donald Trump. That's right. He's on it. He's on it. He is bringing bringing peace to the region, bringing peace to the world. Actually, one victory after another. If you thought it wasn't enough to have a peace deal or a peace plan for Gaza, then you better start believing because Trump is working on an actual peace deal between Russia and the Ukraine as we speak, it would seem. So we're going to be exploring that and what that means. And we're also going to be having a look at some of the stuff that's happening in that first island chain around China at the moment. So there's a bit of destabilization happening. Oh, sorry. There's a bit of civil unrest at the moment in the Philippines. Same is going down in South Korea at the moment. And I can't help but think of Brian from the New Atlas, courtesy of Avalava, of course, who would talk directly about how destabilization efforts in China's periphery are all some type of CIA plot, as you would know, to kind of, not even CIA, let's just say American foreign policy, dictate in order to trap China and keep it on the mainland, let's say. So we're going to be investigating those things. It's going to be a geopolitical episode today, by the sounds of it. And we're actually going to start off quickly with something that's actually related to Australia's place geopolitically, and then we'll jump into the main stuff about Russia and the Ukraine and containing China. Voltator is in the house. Do I truly know who I am? Well, the fact that you were questioning there is evidence of your own self-reflection and self-criticism, which is a deeply revolutionary tool that was used by Mao and the revolutionaries in China. And so questioning whether you even know who you are, and that remains a mystery to yourself even, that makes you as revolutionary as they come, Voltaire. So never forget it. Ninja Nurse in the house. Hello, my brothers, sisters, thems, and theys. There is a guy in America who refuses to say hello because it has the word hell in it. He answers the phone with heaven. Oh, oh wow, that's something else. How did you find that out? That's what I really want to know. Don't worry about this heaven oh guy. I want to know what you're watching to figure these things out. It's good to have you. Just here to watch a trash fire. Hi everybody, how you going, internet friends? So yeah, like I said, we're going to be doing a bit of a geopolitical catch-up today on like some of the big things, like this peace deal between Russia and China. Oh my God. Russia and the Ukraine, brokered by the world police. That's been on the cards now. People have been speaking about it for, I want to say, a couple of weeks almost. But I haven't seen much attention. Like when they start talking, peace deal, 20-point peace plan for Gaza, like all the rage, non-stop. That's all the mainstream media could talk about. But I haven't heard much about this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. My algorithm is a mess. My algorithm is quite bipolar, I would say, at the moment. Thanks to the fact that we have all sorts in Discord these days, and all sorts dropping, like people dropping different types of propaganda from the right, from the left, from wherever you sit in the working class. People are dropping propaganda And yeah, my algorithm is quite confused these days. So I don't know which is better, an algorithmic mess or algorithmic confusion. I'm going to go with the confusion one. But it's good to see that it's pumping you full of heaven knows. Let's go with that. So yeah, before we jump into the big, yeah, like I said, like I think this is huge. Like compared to Gaza and Israel, like that peace plan, it was, all that anyone could talk about. And now we've got a situation where, Russia and Ukraine figuring out terms of a ceasefire. That's what a peace plan really means. It doesn't actually mean that they are going to peaceably resolve their differences and agree to never fight each other again. No, this is just a chance for them to stop the fighting and I guess regroup. Either side will be looking to regroup there. But like, this is significant stuff. Like I remember when all of this stuff was taking off in what was it, 2022? I want to say. I'm pretty sure it was contemporaneous with COVID, like this most recent round of escalation and fighting in the Ukraine between the evil East and the noble West, as people like to picture it, especially in the Western media. Anyway, it was all the rage. Like people had their profile pictures changed, and they had Ukrainian colors in their backgrounds, and all this sort of stuff. And now we're talking about peace, and I really haven't heard too many people talk about this at length. So, Larp Jeff in the house, brothers, how we going? Also, my algorithm has gender dysphoria. Let's go, Brandon. How we going, Dilemmas in the house? If you are watching on YouTube right now, and I know there's a few of you that are doing that, before you go lurking, hit that like button, please. Smash that like button. Um, just for discovery and search capabilities, uh, that would be most good. That would be most good. So yeah, like before we get into the Russian stuff, can I just say, which is, very exciting, obviously. There's been a recent announcement, it would seem, by the Australian government to do its biggest overhaul to defence in over 50 years. So I just want to touch on that because this is going with the geopolitical kind of theme that we're going to be exploring today. And like it's all like geopolitical in terms of military issues, let's be honest. And so like I don't know if people have come across this, but like it seems to be kind of fresh. But yeah, the government has unveiled a sweeping Department of Defense overhaul. Defense Minister Richard Marles has previously flagged the restructure, declaring in June that everything was on the table. What's next? Defense currently has a budget of almost 60 billion a year, but that figure is set to rise to about 100 billion by 2034 annually. So we are ramping up our military spending in Australia. And, take it. I smashed the like button like a plate of nachos after a fat bowl. Okay. Interesting. Well, thank you for smashing the crap out of it. I do appreciate that. Um, yeah, $60 billion a year, ramping up to another 40 billion over the next what decade, just under a decade. It seems like Australia is drinking the Kool-Aid like the rest of the Western nations. The Americans have said, hey, like we are at serious loggerheads right now in the imperial core of capitalism. We are trying to fight off against the wave of BRICS and the establishment of a new world order, a multipolar system. And we need to maintain our hegemony here. We need to maintain control over all of our vassals. Sorry, we need to maintain control over just the world. And I'm calling on you vassals to start increasing your military spending. Now, I thought this was just a NATO thing, pressuring the Europeans and being like, look, we are pulling out. Your daddy America is pulling out. If you guys don't ramp up your military spending, increasing it to what, like, was it 5% of their GDP? He was asking everyone to contribute to NATO. And at the start, if you remember, Alba was like, "We will not be pressured by the Americans," and did his gallant speech, especially just after he was elected, because the sentiment was very, ah, look what's happening in America. Everyone was scared of Trump, and so like Alba taking a stance on like, no foreign government will tell me how to increase military spending, and here we are, like what is it, 9 months later, and the call seems to be, look, Australia's got to do their part. Roll your sleeves up. Roll your sleeves up. It's time to start spending big on the military. And like, where's that money really going? It probably isn't all going to Australian businesses. It's really going to help fund the military industrial complex in the US of A, I'd say, as well as other places, let's be honest. But the Western military industrial complex needs a bit of a boost, needs a booster. And so everyone's chipping in. Okay, so that means you, because when they do some of this government spending, it's backed, not directly paid for, not straight away anyway, but it's backed by you, the taxpayer. So like everyone's chipping in at the moment. The Americans have got the hat out. They're walking around. They're like, we need to start increasing spending. China's coming. China is coming. China, if they just say the word China, 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 enough times, everyone will be like, ooh. And then like, let's all increase our share of GDP, and pour that increase our percentage of GDP spent on military outlets. Squeeve's doing the roll call. Yo, yo. How you doing? Daddy, stop. Yeah, I know. Tell that to the Americans. Dilemmas. I think the mainstream media is ramping up for the fear mongering with this China fleet heading towards Australia, like we don't about in the South China Sea every other week. Yeah, and like how did we get that intel anyway that they were coming? Because we're up there in the first island chain, like looking at this fleet, this flotilla coming down. I wonder if what's her name, Greta, is on this Chinese flotilla that's heading towards Australia. If so, the Israelis are coming to intercept the fleet and to take her into custody. Well, so we need to bring back common sense. Yeah, it's common sense or communism. Which one? Albo then realized Trump didn't like him, and he had no ability to manage Trump. I liked Albo pushing back on Trump about spending till Albo cucked in true Albo form. Well, it was interesting. Like everyone was watching, and everyone was hoping that he was going to cuck hard in that meeting when he went over to have the meeting in the White House and all that sort of stuff. And then Trump called some Australian reporter threw Kevin Rudd under the bus. And then Trump said that he didn't like Kevin Rudd. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. That's yeah. But like everyone was really hoping that like everyone was cheering for him to get along well with Trump and kiss his ass. And here we are, Odessa. Here comes Mother Russia. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? It is better to have the jobs or get the value those jobs produce. I don't know. Let's get the jobs. I'd say get the jobs if they're going to spend an extra $40 billion a year in military spending, and that's the way we choose to produce value in this country, then fine. Like I guess we could take the jobs, and then we could keep the value too. Let's have both. Does it have to be an all situation, Squib? That's what I'll ask. So let's have a quick look here. The federal government has unveiled a sweeping overhaul of the Department of Defense as it struggles to fight cost blowouts and major project delays while ramping up military spending on the military. Defense Minister Richard Miles has announced a dedicated independent agency will be established to prioritize delivering projects on time and within budget. Oh, thank God. It's the biggest reform to the Australian Defence Force organisation in 50 years. What? That's it? That's the reform is we are going to set up an independent agency to prioritize to like project manage. Like, isn't that the point of governance, is to actually deliver projects and like do it as efficiently and economically as possible while still upholding the public interest. But now we get a dedicated agency to oversee the government in its projects. Fair enough. If it's jobs in skills, things of no value, then it's a anchor to our society. An anchor? Is that like a what the hell? Is that a like a Star Wars reference? It's all a play. Trump having Mamdani in the Oval Office shows Trump doesn't act on values, just what's popular. Interesting. Yeah, he's got a yeah, that was interesting. Him basking in Mamdani glory, wasn't it? It is the biggest reform to Australian. Yeah. The ABC has confirmed that three groups of defence, the Capability Acquisition, the Sustainment Group, and the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group, and the Guided Weapons Explosive Ordnance Group, are set to be rolled into one entity, the Defence Delivery Agency. There it is. Okay? In come the technocrats. They are coming to get you. Coming to get you. Call me old fashioned, but maybe if our defense minister had a shred of experience in defense, we might actually get somewhere. Call me old fashioned. Or maybe just more paper pushers getting paid six figures. That's what it sounds like. It's just like, oh, we have decided to overhaul the Department of Defense. So we are setting up a new oversight committee to oversee the practices of the current people that are not doing the right job. And we are hoping that this will increase and improve performance. Our spending in war will be more governance. Yeah, could you imagine? It's so good. Like everyone, like they go around the room. There's like a meeting with all the nations, all the Western nations, or all the vassal states, and the US is going around the room, asking everyone how they've been able to increase military spending, and the Australians are just like, we have set up a new governance committee to oversee what the other people have been doing, and it cost another $40 billion. Yeah, how's that for some military spending? Take that. It'll make sure we spend more money in defense budget. We are doing, sorry, what Miles said, it was about more bang for buck and improving the quality of defense spend. It will make sure that as we spend more money in the defense budget, we are doing so in a way that sees programs delivered on time and on budget. Why is this like, oh wow, like is everyone supposed to be really impressed with that type of language? Like, oh really? Oh, thank God they're going to do things on time. All right. Thank God for that. So good. The three groups are currently responsible for nearly 40% of the defense spending. Mr. Miles said the DDA would begin as Defense Delivery Group on the 1st of July 2026 before transitioning into an independent defense delivery agency on the same day. I wonder how an independent delivery agency works, right? No attachment to government, gets to decide on spending, or like it's coordinate spending as independent of any government oversight. Some scary, scary, this is capitalism kind of stuff, right? The technocrats that get in there that are independent and they're supposed to have the expertise, but they're also the same people that populate the private industry and defense contracts. Why isn't someone like Peter Cosgrove, our defense minister? Can we have an actual adult in charge for a while? Value definition, how much we're spending on military, and our say of yes. Oh, sorry. And our way of saying yes is redefined teachers to report into the Department of War. Don't judge our value by how much it costs. Look at what it gives you. Hence, spending more on stuff or jobs may give no actual value to us. Yeah, fair enough. It says a lot without really saying anything. There's a lot in this article that screams of that, doesn't it? But yeah, this is all kind of in the wake of we've added 500 highly skilled public servants in these three groups and got rid of a serious number of contractors and consultants. They've added public servants. Oh, well, there you go. I take back everything that I said. How dare I? Defense industry figures have long complained that the department is too top heavy, sclerotic, and risk averse. The government has long flagged the restructure, and Mr. Miles criticizing the department's performance in June, declaring everything was on the table when it came to reform. Miles said that the reforms were not about job cuts, and the same amount of people that make up the three groups, around 6,500 people, will be moved to the DDA. Interesting. All right, so they're consolidating stuff to make it more efficient. Defense currently has budgeted almost $60 billion a year, but that figure is set to rise up to $100 billion annually by 2034 as China continues to rapidly build up its military and the Trump administration presses allies such as Australia to ramp up our defense. See, like this is the thing. Like this time, well, it's not a year ago, but like 9 months ago, they were really like, look, we are not going to be told by the world that we need to spend more on defense. And here we are, 9 months later, pumping an extra $40 billion. Right. And it's all because of the other. You just need, remember when you're trying to manufacture consent for something, you just need an evil other. That's all you need. You just need an evil other to point to, and then everyone can get down with that. Hey? It's China. China's coming. China. Let's see what the mainstream media has to say about this. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but
welcome back, all the
let's have a quick look, shall we? The Christmas trees are out. Check that out. I need to put a Christmas tree in my background, maybe. Sweet. More government jobs. The government is notorious for being efficient and not wasting money. Almost as much as the consultants do. Eh? What's the bet the DDA will take over digital ID and social cohesion efforts? It's funny that you talk about social cohesion because that's all that they were speaking about, or a big part of what they were talking about at the rally on Saturday. All the speakers, especially, it's all about social cohesion. So social cohesion is a thing that people are interested in, right? More structure to reduce how heavy they are. Yeah. Pretty sure Trump wants a military parade. If you can't parade it, it's not worth the spend. I don't know, man. You could round up all the people, all those office workers, those bureaucrats. You'd round them up and parade them down the street in Canberra. We could have Trump in there on a live stream. He'd love that. All right, let's have a listen. Here comes the fear-mongering. You ready?
Albanese government is this morning promising to deliver the biggest overhaul to defence in more than 50 years.
And former Australian Army General Gus McLachlan is live in the studio to discuss this. Gus, this is pretty big news. So we're talking about three branches here, huge. Thousands of personnel into this new Defence Delivery Agency. Catchy name, but what do you make of it?
Well, at a time when we've got a Chinese, what we think is a surface action group that is going to probably head down our way, Chinese Navy is growing by the size of the French Navy in new capability every year. Our Navy's going backwards for the next 5 years.
The Chinese Navy is increasing in size and capability, did he say? In size of the French Navy, and the French have got, up there, double in the top navies in the world, increasing by size and capability of the French every year. So, what are they going to do with, spending $40 billion on a DDA? How's that going to put a dent in a Navy that is growing the size of the French Navy every single year? This is all just such fucking nonsense.
Until it sort of picks up on the other side. So I think the government had to try something.
We are talking about... It's going to be difficult to marry up with the Chinese, right? Obviously, they're throwing all their money into defence. We've got $56 billion annually that's going into defence. It's going to increase to $100 million by 2034, I think it is. Is this an effective way of sort of consolidating those areas within defence to try and get, as they say, bigger bang for buck?
Yeah, there's a pendulum swing that goes continually in defence, and they'll be sort of sighing up there on Russell Hill. This is sort of where we were a decade ago. The agency was split apart into 3 different delivery agencies. That hasn't worked.
Okay.
So consolidating them, I think, is the right answer. I think the interesting story is this idea of an independent agency, really meaning a new Department of Defence that will answer straight to government. The message is that we don't quite trust the service chiefs to pick the capability winners that are needed.
So
We're
why
going to
are
do
they
that
there?
independently. Well, I think what we're seeing is what they call scope creep. You know, we see things added to ships, planes, etc. That slowly, each one of those changes costs money and time. Now, the reason they're doing that is these things are often in use for 30 years. So you're trying to anticipate. Let's imagine buying a car, having to pick it 5 years in advance. Just in 5 years, the last 5 years, the amazing electric cars have emerged with new technology you couldn't envisage. They're trying to do the same with warships that'll be in the water for 30 years, for example. So it's not that they're willful or unaware of the consequences. They're trying to gold plate or get the best capability they can. What the government's saying is we're going to have to pick a capability and we're going to have to go with it.
So this all comes amid the increasing Chinese presence in the region. You mentioned something just a little bit earlier.
Just remember, when people start wondering why the hell we're spending money on this again, and that sounded all a bit too confusing for you, why the hell are they bringing in those independent people again? Huh? What's going on here? Oh, yeah, sorry. Say the China thing again. China's coming. China's coming. Watch out. I'm sure an overarching government agency will be nothing but a good thing. But don't listen to me. I'm a racist cooker, LOL. It's a little bit sore. Don't worry. You'll be right, mate. Department of AI Defense, question mark. Yes, China is going to attack its biggest source of raw materials. Do neoliberals not realize these lies don't work anymore? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when you say it like that? Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't want to watch this. I'm sorry. This is the propaganda. Here it is. I'm legit more worried about America than China. At least China, I know they are just going to wait it out and win economically. Who's our biggest trading partner? Yeah, it's like obviously these scary people here that are coming towards us with a scary flotilla. Here it is, the Chinese flotilla. And it's coming. I wonder if you can actually track the Chinese flotilla, if that's a real thing or not. If there's a flotilla tracker like there was for like the various flotillas that have tried to get past the Israeli blockade. I wonder if that's a thing. Let's have a look here. Chinese flotilla. Oh my god, it's all, look at this. Australia's tracking the Chinese Navy flotilla. Of course. They're coming to get ya. Coming to get ya. All right. That's enough. That's enough. But there's our geopolitical system or situation at the moment. We need to ramp up our spending. Actually, I'm interested to know actually how much of the spending that is. Like that, what that. I'm going to ask my research assistant. Strap yourself in. We're going to learn something. I know that's why you tuned in. Because you want to learn. All right, let's do this. Australia spends $60 billion on defense currently. Can you tell me what percentage of the national budget that is? I don't know if Trump is going to trip, fall, or land on the big red button. Trump has a term limit. China doesn't. That's hilarious. I bet you if Jag was here, he would argue that Trump won't have a term limit soon either. That's funny. Yeah, China doesn't. And it's like we always talk about China in terms of like the large China, as in it's all one big organism and it's all moving in the same direction. Right now, that's moving towards Australia. Good question. Depends on what you mean by national budget, but using the most recent publicly available data. Australia in 2025 to 2026, the budget of the Australian government defence spending is listed as about 6.6 of total federal government expenditure. So $60 billion on defence refers to roughly defence allocation in absolute terms. That works out to 6 to 7% of the federal government's total spending budget. For context, how much does the government spend annually on social security payments and Medicare. Because we were speaking about this yesterday, and someone mentioned the fact that like the U.S. government spends most of their money on like social security payments and healthcare and all that sort of stuff. And like, you know, fair enough. So they should. Under the 2025-26 budget, the category for social security and welfare is allocated $290 billion. A slightly older figure, 2024, shows about $266.7 billion. So health Medicare type spending is 124. Putting that in context, that's roughly 290 plus 124. That's $460 billion compared to the 60 cited for defense. Social welfare and health is many times larger, emphasizing how welfare and health are the dominant spending priorities in the Australian budget. Within the total government expenses, social security alone is 37%, while health is 16%. And this is from Budget Australia. And what's Budget Australia? Is that an actual? That's the government side. I'm hoping it's not like some budget new. No, yeah, it's actually from the government. Okay, fair enough. So there you go. We're talking about what's that? Exactly like 50%. Half of the Australian budget is spent on dole bludgers, eh? And welfare recipients. My God. This is what social democracy looks like, children. Eh? Who would have thought governments looking after their populations? Oh my God. Show Trump AI vids of China invading somewhere and he will push that red button fast as Woozle in the house. How you going? It's good to have you. It's not Trump we should be worried about, says Dilemmas. It's who comes next riding the Trump wave. I don't know, man. He's going to be CEO king. He's going to unleash the dark enlightenment, and we're all going to have, a new king at the helm of world capitalism. China externally is a bloc. Internally, there may be divisions, but we only deal with the bloc. Yeah, but like it's always like China, like, you know, it's like this big thing. Like China just moves as this unit of like 1 billion people, and everyone just is moving in the same direction. It's the China threat. Maybe ask how much did Adani earn through, or BHP, etc. in Australia? Like, what do you mean? Like, ask specifically how much did they earn in Australia? All right. How much does Adani and BHP earn in Australia? Is it interesting question, Squib? I must admit, that's for some more context, right? What do you mean by earn? Revenue, profit? Yeah, revenue. Because like profit is like questionable, right? BHP, what we know. BHP said for the 2024 financial year, its total economic contribution to Australia was $52 billion. That's fucking mental. This includes what it paid in wages, supplies, dividends, taxes, royalties, other expenses. Of that 52.9 billion, that included 5.6 billion in wages and benefits to Australians. Also paid 14.5 billion in taxes. Oh my God. Dividend payout to Australian shareholders with 10.5 billion, for context. It's not just earning money, it's funding large amounts into Australian wages, supplies, government revenue, shareholders. In other words, it's about $53 billion. Its economic impact is $53 billion. I don't think that really answers your question, though, does it? Yeah, it doesn't really answer your question. Remember, no profit in Australia as they don't pay tax. That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, I think we should say revenue then. How much revenue? How much revenue did BHP and Adani receive from doing business in Australia? Can I have an annual figure from whatever year you can find? It just says economic contribution. What the fuck does that mean? The economic contribution is not exactly revenue, but some of many kinds of payments and value flows. Wow, they really won't say what it is. For a 12-month period ending the 31st of March, Adani Australian mining business, often referred to as the Carmichael coal mine, reportedly generated 1.27 billion in revenue. Despite that revenue, for the same time period, Carmichael operation recorded a net loss of 461.7 million. Hey, so then they have no profit then, right? Because of that loss, no corporate income tax was paid. There it is. There it is. Interesting. There it is. All right. Interesting. Cheese Swiss. Doesn't matter who comes next. They're all the same agents of the nationalist agenda. Trump isn't the dark horse. He's the Trojan horse. That's the real enemy hides within. Remember, no profit in Australia. They don't pay tax. Simon Holmes, a court. Is a real patriot, lol. Dilemmas, we need to lead and represent ourselves. It's 2025, for fuck's sake. I don't think we can take it over. And a sovereign fund should fund war. Shouldn't fund war, maybe, but growth, stability internally. Interesting. All right. All right. That's enough. That's enough. Interesting stuff, nonetheless, though. Well, that's enough for the Australian context. Now, if you are aware or not aware, like I was saying before, Russia and let's actually get a research assistant take on this one. Can you explain what are the main points of the proposed Russia-Ukraine peace deal? There seems to be 19 points on this peace deal. But I can't seem to obtain an actual understanding of what these points are specifically. Describing Trump as the Trojan horse is perfect. Had to show daughter Weekend at Bernie's for her to get the reference in relation to Trump. I don't know the movie. I haven't watched Weekend at Bernie's, to be honest. I don't really care. I prefer this one. Let's go with that one. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Good question. It's a fluid contested issue. As early as December 2025, there is a proposed peace deal framework for Ukraine and Russia being floated. Initially, it was 28 points, but then since been revised to 29. But the full details of the 19-point version have not been publicly released in a complete item-by-item verified text. That's from Yahoo. Great source that one is. Okay. what is clear? Background and scope of the plan. The current effort stems from a US-backed proposal, initially a 28-point peace plan drafted by US envoys, reportedly drawing on a Russian non-paper set of demands as input. After backlash, especially from the Ukraine and European allies, negotiations were held in Geneva late November between US and Ukrainian officials who agreed to refine the plan. The results reportedly reduced to a draft of 19 points. According to Ukrainian officials, some of the most controversial elements of the 28-point draft have been dropped or left undecided. Among the key provisions of the 28-point plan were recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty on paper, but accompanied by a broad non-aggression agreement with Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. I don't know why they put that in parentheses there. That's pretty funny. Security guarantees for Ukraine outside of NATO. The document proposes Ukraine would agree or be forced to constitutional legislative commitments preventing future NATO membership, and NATO would integrate that into its statutes. There you go. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Because there has been a lot of argy-bargy ever since, I guess you would say, the fall of the Soviet Union about what happens to all the periphery states of the empire. And the Russians were like, NATO was supposed to have stayed where NATO was at a certain point in time, and it's continually encroached and moved closer and closer to Russia, and the Russians have never liked that. They've never liked that at all. And like NATO was actually supposed to cease to be really, after the Soviet Union disappeared anyway. It didn't really have a reason to be, because there was no communism to fight against anymore, just the Russian Federation. A cap on the size of the Ukrainian armed forces, reportedly limiting the army to 600,000 personnel. A reduction from wartime size. Freezing or recognition of territorial changes, notably de facto recognition of Russian control over certain regions, though the details vary depending on territorial lines. Nuclear status guarantees. Part of the plan envisaged Ukraine as a non-nuclear state, enforcing compliance with nuclear non-proliferation treaties. Post-war economic and reconstruction components. Proposals reportedly include use of frozen Russian assets for rebuilding Ukraine, and long-term economic cooperation plans in minerals, infrastructure trade between Russia, the US, and possibly international partners. Return/integration of Russia into global institutions, e.g. potential readmission to groups like the former G8 as part of the broader economic political normalization. What changed and what did they drop out? The cap on Ukraine's military size, 600,000, was reportedly removed. Provisions requiring Ukraine to formally give up NATO membership or prevent further accession and constitutional enshrinement of that were apparently dropped or softened. Oh, fuck. Why would Russia just sign up to any of this? This doesn't make any sense at all. The controversial clause of forced territorial surrender of certain eastern regions, e.g. The Donetsk, the Luhansk, under Russian control, was reportedly removed. Interesting. Why would Russia sign up to any of this? There's nothing in it for them. An amnesty clause for wartime crimes, which happened in the original 28-point program, is reported to have been removed. An amnesty clause for wartime crimes. Damn. According to Ukrainian officials, what remains includes sensitive issues left to be decided directly by the president, especially territorial questions and border security, foreign policy issues, including NATO and Russia relations. Maybe that's why people are not talking about this. Like, it's not going to happen. Not in this way. Like, why would Russia want to have anything to do with this? All right, let's get some propaganda on this then, shall we? See what the mainstream have to say about it. Yeah, let's have a look. So this is from Times News. See what they're saying. It's pretty fucking mainstream, right? These people command the narrative. See what they have to say from the Western perspective, of course. But yes, they command the narrative.
Right now, we are at a critical moment. We are working closely with the United States, with European partners, with many others to define steps that can end Russia's war against us, against Ukraine, and bring real security.
The 28-point peace plan for Ukraine that was drafted by Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy, and Kirill Dmitriev, the head of Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, was cautiously welcomed. In Moscow, Putin and other senior officials said that it could be the basis for an eventual peace deal on Ukraine. This initial plan, which Trump also endorsed, met lots of Russia's demands. For example, Ukraine would have been forced to hand over land to Moscow, including territory that it still controlled. It would have had to agree to a ban on joining NATO. So obviously, Moscow was quite happy with this.
There's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. Again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening.
After the
Hey, sneaky Putin there. Hey, come on. Come over to Moscow. Do it. The media have a field day with that one.
28-point peace plan emerged, causing alarm in Kiev and among its European allies. There was pushback from Zelensky and from European leaders, and the 28 points were reduced to, it was said, to 19. And we don't know for sure, but it seems as if they removed any reference to NATO, to a ban on NATO for Ukraine. Kiev would not have been forced to immediately hand over territory to Russia.
The initial draft of the 28-point plan included points that were not acceptable, but also some very important elements that will be essential. I've had detailed discussions with allies. I met the partners of the Coalition of the Willing during the G20, and I've spoken a number of times to both President Trump and President Zelensky.
We are clearly at a crucial juncture. Negotiations are getting a new impetus, and we should seize this momentum, not because there is reason for alarm. Ukraine is solid, Russia is slow, and Europe is steadfast, but because there is finally a chance to make real progress toward a good peace.
We're having good talks.
But do you reckon, do you believe it? Do you buy it? As in, is this really about peace at the end of the day? Are they trying to end the war? That's what I would like you to kind of think about when you're listening to the discussion that's happening there. We have the evidence in front of us at the moment when it comes to the peace plan, the peace deal that they brokered in Gaza between the Palestinians and Israel is, it was supposed to be an end to the fighting. At least, if not a peace deal, a ceasefire, let's say, literally, they're supposed to stop killing people. And, what has happened there? What has happened? They're still killing people on a daily basis. The Israelis, that is, they're still killing people in the Gaza Strip. And they're not just popping people near the yellow line, that border zone that no one's supposed to go to. Everyone's supposed to stay in that little section that they've been assigned to. So they're just popping people on the border. They're still striking, drone striking inside Gaza. And so you have to really think at the end of the day that peace plan, now we've seen the evidence of what it was really about, was just kind of a way to take a bit of global heat off Israel. It was like a PR campaign. Israel has overstepped the line on the global stage. Everybody was kind of in agreement on that one. And so they brokered a ceasefire to get everyone to stop whinging about what Israel was doing. And Israel just continues to do things. It's just like in a more measured fashion now. They're killing maybe a little bit less people and then allowing a little bit of aid in, but it's not enough to actually be of effect. And, not to be all Game of Thronesy about it, but winter's coming, and the people of Gaza are fucked. And so really, what was the peace plan? Just a PR exercise for the world to stop talking about the genocide, really, it would seem. Like, that's all that's happened. The only thing that's really changed is that, like, people aren't talking about it as much as they were before. So it's like, clever stuff in terms of manipulating public opinion and the conversation, just get everyone to shut the fuck up. And that seems to be what's happened. Now with this, when they're talking about, like, you hear Macron say that, we're talking about serious peace here. Is this really about bringing peace between Russia and the Ukrainians? Is it really about bringing them peace? Or is it just like a temporary pause, so they can rearm themselves and go back at it again when the time is right? Ukraine kind of feels like a European American problem, not an Australian problem. Fuck Ground News and fuck the liberal world order. Remember when the American president used to be evil but competent? Yes. But at least they know what they're doing. Evil is, but at least they know what they're up to. I'm over it. Why is it frowned upon to fight for what's best for Australians? Remember that framing. And then you can start to understand the rise of the new right in Oz. Oh, this is a side conversation, potentially. It's happening, yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Peace. Is it really about peace? Like, we've seen what Trump's peace deals get us in the past. Is it really enough? A peace deal. War supplies have an expiration date. Gotta send them somewhere before they expire. Oh my God. Yeah, and that's the problem as well. It's like, if you keep too much stock, then you can't keep asking for an expanded military budget. Like, what's the Pentagon going to do? Eh? That's why they have to keep churning through the supplies so they can keep justifying asking for more in the budget. You can always claim the value of donation back against the budget then. Lasting peace in the Middle East. Yet memo from the CIA director tells you the aggression NATO has shown to Russia, not the USSR, which is what NATO was created to fight against. Yes, that's what I was pointing to before. Why does NATO even exist anyway? Why are we talking about NATO? Really, fundamentally, NATO was only created as a resistance or as an organization, an agreement between nations to look out for each other if, the evil communists came too close and tried to threaten the Western capital and capitalist world order. But now it doesn't exist. What's going on there? Should it be there? Should it be a thing? David's in the house. Yo, I'm back. What's going on? We are considering something. I'm not sure if you've come across it before, but we're considering something called the Russia-Ukraine peace deal at the moment. And I thought that this would be huge, as big as the Epstein saga or something like that. What was it? Was it 2022? I'm pretty sure it was 2022. When this first started, it was everywhere. Everyone was talking about Ukraine non-stop. You couldn't go anywhere without people talking about the war and putting it in their profile pictures and saying who they support and all this sort of stuff. And so I thought something as big as a a peace deal being brokered would like have everyone rambling on about this. But like apparently not. Apparently it's not massive news. But like it is simmering away under all the noise that is global politics at the moment. And so maybe they're not talking about it because it might not come to anything. I don't know. But I thought this would be bigger news than it is. Literally, the other world leaders were formed by their political machines. They know how politics works. Now, America said, what if we get a real estate agent to run the country? Hey, I'm an 80s guy. Hey, what could go wrong? Hey, art of the deal. If you speak to him, Ninja Nurse, he would tell you that he has been responsible for ending 8 wars. He's the president of peace. And just don't think about what's going on with Venezuela at the moment. He is the president of peace. So how dare you suggest that a real estate agent couldn't come in with that art of the deal stuff and sort out global politics? Hey, Dave, can we call you Dav? Sure. It's not about Australians. What's it about? Stopping the dictator Putin is going to roll Poland. Ukraine has lost this war, in my opinion. Why won't they end this already? They've lost more than half their population to migration/war. Yeah, massive cost to all of this. But that's the thing, like when you are fighting kind of a proxy war, let's say for NATO or the Americans, then, you know, it's not really about your population, is it? It's not really like, you know, Zelensky's kind of needs to do what he was put there to do, which is be a resistance to Russian expansion, as opposed to really do something that is favorable to the Ukrainians, I guess. Dilemmas. What does Poland have to do with Australia? They already had the lowest birth rate in Europe. Oh, okay. Yeah, like that guy from news.com. Yeah, could you imagine him if he was the president? Oh my God. Actually, no, you say it like that. Oh my God. I don't know if I could imagine him as the president. What a whingy mother that would be as president of the US. Don't you know how hard I work? I work 12-hour days. I didn't ask to be president. Oh, maybe I did. But I work hard, and people should just leave me alone. Remember, only Trump can make money out of a bankruptcy, out of the deal. They are now losing. Now they are losing territories. Soon they will be irrelevant, landlocked nation. Huh? Savage, savage. Irrelevant, landlocked nation. Yeah, interesting. Actually, they have lost a lot of territory. Well, very recently too. Remember, Israel lost a lot of its population to migration. Now they're coming home strong. Oh my God. That's true. Most are dual citizens, or are becoming now. All real estate agents are bottoms. Love my bottoms. Just facts. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's what I've heard MSN talk about. Have to stop Putin before he rolls over Europe like Hitler did.
We started with Russia. We're having some talks with Russia.
Dr. Nathan in the house. Yo. Can't stay for long, but need to maintain the stream streak. Yes. And thank you for checking in. Hope you are doing well.
Ukraine is doing well. I think they're pretty happy about it. They'd like to see it end. And we won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
Baba. Eh?
But while there's some movement towards Ukraine eventually accepting a framework for peace, the problem is as ever, is that whenever a peace plan or potential peace deal is acceptable to Kiev, it's automatically rejected by Moscow. So we're just in a catch-22 situation, really. I mean, every single time. This isn't the first time it's happened, yeah? So we get a plan which seems very favorable, or which is very favorable to Moscow, Ukraine and its Western allies push back, and then a new plan comes out which doesn't meet all or any of Russia's major demands, and Russia signals, okay, so we'll just continue fighting. So despite all the optimism of recent days and the kind of, whirlwind of diplomacy, essentially we're no closer to peace than we were, say, 2 weeks ago.
Because they don't want peace. I don't think that's happening. Ominous tones. I know. I feel bad for the people, but not the right-wing Nazis in charge there. They brought this mess upon themselves. Yeah, apparently like big sections of the Ukrainian fighting force, especially like where it's all happening, kind of thing. Like on the eastern side, where the action is, they are like separatist Nazis. And like they don't want to be under control of Russia. They don't want to be under control of Ukraine either. But like, you know, they're being used by the Ukrainians to fight against the Russians. And so like, yes, at the end of the day, and here's the people think that this is a cop-out, but I'm just going to say it anyway, because I don't think it's a fucking cop-out. The real people that are suffering, yes, are working people in Ukraine and on the Russian side as well. It's working class people that usually are sent to the front lines and used as cannon fodder in these types of wars. So yeah, you got to feel bad for the people. But like all the statecraft stuff that's happening on another level while fucking Trump and the boys play Game of Thrones and figure out deals, it's just fucked. Russia won their war when they took the Crimea land bridge and secured their port. Yeah. US can solve the Ukrainian-Russia issue. Just recommend a insert two-state solution with no further explanation. And that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because like people have been talking about this peace deal, kind of like they were talking about the peace deal for, you know, Palestine, Ukraine. Oh my God, Palestine and Israel. But there were no real points on the thing. Like people could kind of guess like at what the points were. I think we got to like, you know, 15 or 16 of the points, but like we didn't know what all the points were, and they hadn't actually been agreed on by everyone. So no one really knows what these points are anyway. Still not clear why Australia should be sending Ukraine funding, because that's what the Western world order is doing. Everyone's chipping in, like we're all chipping in for increased military spending because Trump has decided this is the way we're going to go. So we're all like, okay, we'll just start doing that sort of thing, I guess. Notice how the Ukrainian people aren't talking much about the trans enemy, hey? Yeah, there's no trans Tifa going down there. They got other things to talk about. Hey? No trans Tifa. Not taking up the headlines. All right, let's get another scoop on this one from the mainstream. What do we get? Oh, DW News. They're a German outlet, so let's see what they have to say about this. Seems like a slow process, though. My God. We buy oil. We buy grain. Therefore, we support both sides. Two states are happy. Do you reckon we get Russian oil? Is that what you're suggesting? Do you reckon we get that somehow through our supply chains? It makes it all the way through. All the way down to here. I want to know why. Oh, right. This is a separate conversation. Okay, fair enough. DW is good. Reporting ethics, etc. Yeah, look, I find them to be like fresh compared to just like, you know, American or Anglo sources, right? Anglosphere sources of news. But they are deep in the heart of it. Like this is real for the Germans, right? Like if Russia kind of wins, gets the upper hand, like it's like the threat's on for the Europeans. And so like they definitely have a bias, I would say, in all this. We do through India. India buys Russian oil, refines, and then sells it to us. Oh, so we do get access to it via India. Oh, okay. Interesting. Isn't that crazy? So much for sanctions. It's just all bourgeois on the surface stuff. Oh, we better look like we care about Ukraine, so we'll sanction Russia. But we still need their oil. We'll just get it through India. I wasn't sure if we actually got access to it via India or not. Dollars with a B going to Russia for oil. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Hey, that's the real bourgeois system right there. It's like, oh, look at the head, look at the head. We're not buying from Russia. It's just like, but you're over there buying the oil from India. Who's getting it from Russia? Shh, don't talk about that. It's just annoying that we can't go directly. We have to pay like a middleman some extra fees. It's fucked. Tom Judge is back. Used to like DW News, but after Octagon 7th, everything changed. I'm assuming we're talking about October 7th here, but like Octagon, hey, they entered the Octagon. October 7th, everything changed. Yeah, so like I would still consider them mainstream, but I do like the refreshing tone of them not being like an English speaking dominated Western media narrative. It's a German narrative kind of thing. They mix it in a big vat. And suddenly it's new oil. Yeah, fair enough. DW is a pretty solid source. It's no Sky News or Ground News, but they hold their own. Yeah, fair enough. They mix it in a big vat and then ship it off to Australia. That's hilarious. Thank you. Yeah, I scrolled. Didn't see why Australia should fund Ukraine or any country outside our region, really. Australia receives university funding. I'm all for stopping those freebies. All right, let's get the DW take on this. It's a long piece. I wonder if we'll get through it. Let's have a crack.
President Vladimir Putin will hold talks with U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff on Tuesday as part of efforts to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. That prospective meeting in Moscow follows...
So that must be like today. Well, for them, it's probably tomorrow. But like this is only 9 hours old, this one. So Zelensky is still to hold more talks with the US. Like this is going to be bouncing around for a while, I'd say. Strap yourselves in.
Negotiations between US and Ukrainian officials.
Back later. Have fun. See you later, Squib. Enjoy. See you later. DW needs a lefties lose it segment to legitimize themselves as a reputable news broadcaster. Can you imagine if that was the test? If we were moving into a world where the only way you could be reputable now is if you could have to have your own lefties losing it section, then people can take you seriously. We're getting there.
Florida on Sunday. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio described the talks as productive, but said more work needs to be done. Substantial changes have been made to an earlier 28-point plan, which was widely seen as too favorable to Russia. Rubio stressed the aim of achieving lasting peace and to help rebuild Ukraine.
Our goal here is to end the war, but it's more than just to end the war. We don't just want to end the war, we also want to help Ukraine be safe forever, so never again will they face another invasion, and equally importantly, we want them to enter an age of true prosperity. We want the Ukrainian people to emerge from this war, not just to rebuild their country, but to build it back in a way that will be stronger and more prosperous than it's ever been. And so this is...
We're going to make Ukraine great again. That's what's going on here. Here it is. If you can't own the libs, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Hey, well, the Germans, they have a way of owning the libs, I'm sure.
Comprehensive what we're working on here today. It's not just about the terms that ends fighting. It's about also the terms that set up Ukraine for long-term prosperity. I thought we started laying the...
Yeah, like getting access to all their rare earth minerals. Eh? How about that? What happened to put the minerals in the bag? Yeah, I know, right? That's what they mean. Like, that's the code. You got to read in between the lines with all of this sort of talk, right? This sort of politics. It's like, we just want them to be prosperous so we can come in and ship off all of their value and make bank on it. There it is. The UN response to this war just showed how unserious they are. Sanctions have always been weak as well, with restrictions applied to Ukraine. Just feel bad for the civilians who died for war tech advances. Yeah, it's pretty much it, right? Because that's the other thing that's been going on with like this conflict is that the world has been watching. The Americans, via proxy, have been feeding the Ukrainians. The CIA is over there pretty much running the show in terms of their intelligence. The Europeans are watching. The other side, the Russians are doing the stuff at the front. The North Koreans are coming along to the party as well, having a look. And the Chinese are supplying and watching closely. And everyone is seeing how a super modern, right? Super modern, high-tech war will be undertaken. So how is war going to play out for the next 50 years? Everyone's watching Ukraine and Russia. And they're all like kind of just on the sidelines, like adding little bits here and there, observing, supplying munitions, supplying tech, supplying some troops here and there, and like updating all of their understanding of warfare so they can be ready for, World War III, or all the proxy wars that are coming. Please fact check me, but I remember reading that Ukraine produces 1/3 of the world's wheat. Yeah, they do say that it is the grain bowl, or one of the parts of the food bowls of Europe at large, and it is pretty important. The bread bowl, I think they say. Yeah, let's fact check. Let's see how much it produces. As a percentage of world wheat production, how much is the Ukraine responsible for? That's why the Russians have traditionally liked having the land or the territories. In 2023, global wheat production was 799 million tons. Same year, Ukraine produced about 21.6 million tons of wheat. But that's 2023. That's after the war. Okay, as the most recent data. What about before the war? Yep, beautiful black soil. All this aid has been filling the pockets of the industrial war machine. War stonks go boom. Yeah. For 2021, Ukraine accounted for 4.1% of global wheat production. So maybe it's like 1/3 of Europe's production then. Because I've heard that it's massive as well, right? How much of Europe's wheat production comes from Ukraine? How much of Europe's wheat production came from the Ukraine pre-war around 2021? Oh, man, did I just do that? Seriously? Yes, I did it. Okay, so 32 million tons, and EU base was 130 million tons. So it's significant. It's like 1/4 of Europe's wheat production, 24 to 25% before the war. There you go. Wheat, corn, rice changed human civilization. There's a rabbit hole there if anyone is ever interested. Whole state of Tennessee survives a military industrial complex. Interesting. All right. Back to the Germans. Let's go.
Groundwork for that, most certainly in Geneva. I think we continued that work in our communications throughout the week. I think we built on that again today, but there's more work to be done. This is delicate, it's complicated, there are a lot of moving parts, and obviously there's another party involved here that'll have to be a part of the equation, and that'll continue later this week when Mr. Woodcock travels to Moscow.
Now let's bring in Ivana Stradner. She is a research fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Russia program and joins us now. Ivana.
The Foundation of the Defense of Democracy? Doesn't that sound like some weird, like, American soft power organization? What was it? The Foundation of the Defense of Democracy? It sounds like the NED. Can I get that name again? Tell us about so she's a research fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Actually, you know what? Let's fucking Google it. Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. I wonder if it's associated with the US. The Foundation of the Defense of Democracies.org. Trump's Venezuela push tackles the cocaine cartels and Maduro's illicit regime. Oh, fuck. See, like this is weird. Like, why is this reputable German organization taking word from an organization now that, like, literally is calling Trump's Venezuela push to tackle the cocaine cartels, Maduro's illicit? It's calling out Venezuela as, like, see, Maduro's the reason why America needs to fight against Venezuela. Venezuela doesn't have the right to exist, and the US should go in there and wage war. This is very interesting. We don't even have to dig deep. FDD is a Washington, D.C.-based non-partisan research institute focusing on national security and foreign policy. Man, if Avalava was here, to be having a fucking heart attack right now. My God. All right. Israel at war, China. Trump is silent on Taiwan after talking to Xi, and that is fine with Taipei. Witkoff travels to Moscow for meeting with Putin, 1st of December. This is the girl, Ivanka Stradner. This is the woman, the research fellow. God, where do we go first in this propaganda machine? About the FDD. Oh man, American soft power is huge. The Washington, D.C.-based nonpartisan research institute focusing on national security and foreign policy. FDD conducts its in-depth research procedures, accurate and timely analysis, identifies illicit activities, and provides policy options, all with the aim of strengthening U.S. national security and reducing or eliminating threats posed by adversaries and enemies of the United States and other free nations. Okay. Oh, God, I got to see what this is.
On September 11, 2001, America's enemies slaughtered and terrorized thousands on American soil. A small group, concerned that America had been taking a holiday from history, immediately got to work. In January 2002, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies opened in Washington, D.C. FDD is a nonpartisan research institute solely focused on national security and foreign policy. Our experts analyze threats from Iran's mullahs, the Chinese communist rulers, and Russia's imperialists. FDD conducts in-depth research, exposes illicit activities, and provides actionable policy solutions to key decision makers.
See what that is?
We've spearheaded pressure campaigns.
That's really
developed sanctions.
They develop sanctions. They do policy research. So they come up with policies that support America's kind of foreign interest, which is global hegemony. And then they make policies and then hand that over as like a think tank or a research institute. They hand that over to politicians and it's just like, here, rubber stamp this shit. And so like someone will, lodge or table some legislation and everyone will vote on it and it will be coming from something like the FDD, which seems to be fucking, if the shoe fits, like a neocon style organization about protecting America from its enemies. Do you see the picture of George Bush Jr. in there? And then this thing came about just after 9/11. Is it telling you any, do you need any other information? What's DW doing? I know what Ivanka has to say for herself. Let's continue though.
Those massive evasion schemes cut off tens of billions of dollars in funds, and brought justice to criminals, all while bolstering the security of America and its allies, including Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine.
Thank God. So these are the flashpoints, okay? These are the flashpoints in American foreign policy. Like, it's imperial agenda right now. It's got a foothold in the Middle East through Israel. It's got a foothold in Europe at the moment, or it's got a proxy war happening in Europe at the moment through the Ukraine, and a potential proxy war coming up by supporting Taiwan as kind of the bastion against the spread of Chinese communism throughout Asia. The starting place is Taiwan. The war between the East and West on the Pacific front will happen first and foremost along or in Taiwan. Then it'll spread to Japan and the Philippines, and then it'll go down through the peninsula via Vietnam or something like that. This is crazy, man. Apparently, approximately 42% of total international aid committed to Ukraine between 2022 and 2024 was designated for military assistance. Yeah, of course. What were they going to do? Help, I don't know, fund housing and relocation services for the Ukrainian population? It was going straight into military spending here. While the remaining 58% was split between financial and humanitarian. 6%, what? Financial support 52, humanitarian 6% aid. Wuzel, in my tiny opinion, if Russia isn't stopped by United World, they won't be stopped. Russian economy isn't doing well. Pulter would love to expand and steal resources, seeing he is fucked. Interesting. Democracy always been the carrot or a stick. China just work hard. A buy Taiwan. No need to fight. China just work harder by? Not sure on that one. If you'd write that again for me. David's in the house. No, Tennessee does not. You're thinking of Alabama. Ah, interesting. How you going, David? Hope you're well. What's up with most Western legal systems, judges, courts, and police only giving tough sentences for crimes against corporations, not for murder, rape, assault, and other serious tough. I am generalizing. Yeah, but what's up with that? Well, it's a bourgeois system. It's not about human rights. It's about property rights, baby. There you go. So DW is getting in the FDD. What was it again? What is that? What's the acronym for again? The Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. So you got to love how they use the word democracy and freedom as a wedge to just win people over when they've got like foreign policy issues here there. So let's hear from Ivana, shall we?
The Florida talks have been called productive. Were there any key concessions made from the original 28-point plan?
I think it's too early to speculate anything, but based on Mr. Rubio's remarks, where he's talking...
Yo. Yep, already sounds racist. You're talking about getting smashed again at work. Oh, sorry, that's not 4AS, that's Ninja Nurse. Yep, already sounds racist. Getting smashed at work again. Good luck in your service of capital. What sounds racist? Are we talking about what we're watching here, or is this something else in the comment section that I've missed? I'll tune in later if I have time. Good luck in your service of capital, please. If not, I hope you have a good one. Thanks for checking in. It's good to have you. Remember the DFP, Trump's department for the former president? No. Of the former president, no. Interesting.
that ending the war itself is not enough, that it's very important to think in the long term, to talk about prosperity in Ukraine, that Ukraine is safe for a very long time. It tells me all I really need to know, that the 28 point plan that was originally discussed is not anymore in talks. Actually, I do believe that all those remarks related to territory concessions will not work. I also think that the United States will revisit the whole concept about Ukraine joining NATO, and there might be, some disagreements on putting the limits on the Ukrainian military. But as I said, I think it's very important not to make any speculations right now, but only to do analysis based on what we know right now. But the most important thing will be this week, further discussions in Moscow.
Now, US sources say that 9 points were cut post-Geneva. What does that mean for the amnesty clause, for example, or NATO restrictions?
As I said, I think it's very important to wait for the final document, but Washington absolutely understands that the 28-point plan will not work with Ukraine, and that's absolutely ridiculous to push for that, because Ukraine will not agree on surrendering territory that is not even occupied, by Russia. Ukraine is not willing to give up its NATO, joining NATO, but also the EU. So that, plan is not going to work. I think what's very important right now to focus on is how to provide Ukraine with security guarantees, but not only that are just strong in words. We really have to make sure once it happens that Putin will try to cross our red lines, and whether we'll be willing to follow through on that.
So like this is the she's talking about Washington, right? Washington has posed these things like, making sure the Ukraine divests from NATO, and making sure that Ukraine is willing to concede on certain territories, and making sure that they're not associated with the EU in any way, which are the things that Russia wants out of this peace deal. And she's like, that's just not going to work. It's not going to do it. And like, she's in Washington. She's from a network that's associated with Washington policy decision. So she's basically saying that this is what the Americans truly want as well. We want to continue the warfare, really. We want to make sure we continue Ukraine's fight for independence, getting its territory back, and becoming a NATO member, or at least a protectorate of NATO. They want to make sure they continue with their agenda, which has been their agenda up until now, which is making sure that NATO expands and becomes kind of more and more of a thorn in the side of Russia. And so like, this is what fighting for democracy looks like. It's just, this is Americans' foreign policy interests, so we need to uphold it. It's interesting that Trump is antithetical, or Trump's peace plan is antithetical to some of those notions of US foreign policy, which is continue to put the pressure on Russia. This is very interesting. I always waited till after 5, too paranoid at work. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think I have, like, people that tune in, stuff like that, they're from work, and they, they choose to lurk because they listen in the background, but they don't want to, they don't get busted while they're working for the man. When Biden won the election, he started the department of the former president. Everyone was like, that's not a thing. He had a seal and everything. That's interesting. Trump wants them to wait while Putin takes the whole country. Interesting. So what is this? I am hearing some guy recorded a street shitter in action in Australia, and now the guy recording said street shitter is going in trouble. Is got in trouble. Yeah, I'm not sure about this story, Han. I think Dilemma has mentioned it the other day, but yes, not sure. Exactly. I'm glad the Northern Atlantic Treaty Organization gets funding from us in the Pacific region when China is supposed to be the big bad guy. According to David, according to Marxism, does territorial sovereignty really reside with the central government? Isn't self-determination a basic human right? Let the people of Eastern Ukraine vote their choice. Fair enough. Eh? And I think they had voted, right? That's part of the what's contested heavily here is that the Ukrainians did vote, and apparently there was a vote to actually side with Russia. And then the West was like, oh, it's not a legitimate election. And then there was a color revolution of sorts. And then here we are now. They're like, the Russia's taking it by force to liberate potentially those people that voted to be part of Russia anyway. And so the argy-bargy is really based on that. This idea of self-determination, they voted to join Russia, then they couldn't, and then like now there's two powers fighting over it, indirectly anyway. But like according to Marxism, does territorial sovereignty really reside with the central government? Well, I don't know. It's difficult because I don't think Marx himself, I can't say about Marxists. These Marxists just basically interpret Marx's work to feed their own agendas, I would say. But like Marx, from what I understand of what Marx would have talked about, his understanding of the world was based on how the bourgeois system works, and like sovereignty is a kind of a liberal ideal anyway. So bourgeois society decided that people give the territory and the state their sovereignty, basically. And like, it's the social contract, etc., etc. But the idea of, territorial sovereignty based on a nation state is a very bourgeois notion. Jag's in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. We're talking Russia, Ukraine peace deal, if you're wondering. Now, on to like, whether I think Marx would have acknowledged that like kind of the state sovereignty that we understand today, the nationalism that we understand today is a bourgeois construct. As we understand it today. It's not that there wasn't nationalities before that or states before that, but like the nation state as we understand it is it's basically a bourgeois ideal. And so like, do we get sovereignty from our agreement with government as a population? Not really. We have a capitalist class that kind of, controls the government and basically tells them what to do. And the government kind of acts as a mediator between the interests of the capitalist class or our economic elite, let's say, and everybody else, and they act as like a mediating force between the two of them, institutes and controls the class relation on behalf of the ruling class by administering things, general governance, and the control over the use of violence. So they police the laboring classes, the general population, and they control the armed forces on behalf of the people that control everything. And so like just the idea of territorial sovereignty is a bourgeois ideal. Socialists, and so like Marx would have been like, a socialist, like a communist, as he would have described himself. They believe in internationalism. So the working class knows no boundaries. And so the idea of, territorial sovereignty, while it's important in the struggle against kind of, imperialism, and so like capitalistic imperialism, like big corporations and, big countries with big markets kind of dominating little countries with little markets. So that liberal national liberation movements where like smaller countries try to fight against the big imperial powers, the transnational corporations and their and the armies that support them, like for their own sovereignty. That's something that helps fight against like, the one particular capitalistic enemy, but it doesn't bring down capitalism. So like, I would have thought that Marx and communists of his time period, like with the International Working Men's Association, they would have all thought that the nation state was probably part of the problem, actually. Like territorial sovereignty was a bourgeois notion, and if you really wanted to bring in like kind of some type of workers society, you'd actually break down nationalism and national boundaries, and like because the working class is kind of across the world. It's an international group of people, and like like splitting people into territories is just dividing the working class, like like just another tool to divide the working class, like dividing us along boundaries of race and culture and gender and religion. Like it's just ways to highlight differences in the working class and having us all fight against one another. Nationalism is a big token in that fight, just to divide people, split people up, divide and conquer kind of thing. More points, more money. Oh, right. Are you talking about the points on the peace plan? Is that what you mean? More points, more money. Look, what is this thing, Han? Because I swear, like Dilemmas did mention this, but that was like last week or something like that. Isn't this old news now? Daily Mail. Aussie confronts defecator. This is the serious news, isn't it, Han? Hey, this is the hard-hitting stuff. This is the stuff that really matters. Hey? Shocking moment. Furious Aussie confronts man using suburban street as a toilet in broad daylight. The man insisted he was only peeing, but Carter didn't believe him and immediately began shouting, "You're squatting. That's not how you pee." The man quickly apologized, repleting, saying sorry, and continued to complain he was only urinating. Carter then demanded the man leave the street before escalating the confrontation further, kicking dirt towards him and calling him a scumbag. So what, somebody was taking a shit in public and that made it to the UK? It's crazy. Thanks, Han. I heard the guy got in trouble for recording him, but can't find his story. Oh my God. It's the Han hitting. It's the Han hitting stuff. Yeah, it is. Oh, man. How did you even find out about this, Han? Seriously. Yeah, I'm more Star Trek Federation, not fighting over material wealth, space exploration. Not war. I'm more Star Trek Federation, not fighting over material wealth, space exploration, not war. All right, let's get back to Ivana and her take on why this is all. I keep my ear to the ground and I hate it when it gets full of shit. It's the hard stuff, man. It's the Han stuff. International sensation.
Now, Trump has praised Kushner and Rubio's teamwork, but Zelensky turns to Europe now. Is Washington losing Ukraine's trust?
So you're absolutely right that President Trump has praised this particular, meeting as he's thinking, the things are moving in the direction. I don't think that Washington is going to abandon Ukraine. There are a lot of things that President Trump is saying, but I think it's very important to focus also on what he's doing. And our center of gravity is our alliances, and that's why it's precisely very important that Europe and the United States work together. I think, that it's very important for Zelensky to meet with European officials, including Macron, because Europe, especially Germany, France, and the UK, should take the lead there when it comes to security guarantees and when it comes to protection of Ukraine. But here is the thing. One thing that President Trump does not understand fully is that Russia is already at war with the West. Think about this. What's happening with sabotage activities across Europe, whether cutting sea cables, whether drone incursion, this is a new generation of warfare. And right now, both Germany and France and the UK understand perfectly this, and that's precisely why they are trying to sort this thing out. Unfortunately, the United States is stretched out to so many different areas, what's happening in the Middle East, China threat, what's happening right now in Venezuela. So we really have to also be focused and to understand here in Washington that Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine, it's not only against Ukraine, it's truly against the West and the United States as well, because Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are working together to undermine the West. And the sooner Washington understands this, the better.
See, there we go. We
Now,
just got the
you've
real,
mentioned
this is the
that
real deal here. It's Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran versus the West. The West meaning the group led by the US. And she just took all the time in the world to, speak about how Russia is cutting sea cables. There's drone incursions. They're flying over NATO airspace. They're poking the bear. And then she's just like, and that's why, the US is over there stoking a war in Venezuela. It's like evil Russia flies drone over airspace, cuts sea cable, but the US threatening Venezuela with war is like, hey, that's fine. That's just global politics. Whatever, don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. My God. Well, it is indecent exposure, taking a dump in public. It is, but apparently the problem, I believe that Han is saying, is that the person who filmed it, trying to shame this person, got in trouble. Chief Swiss, from a Marxist perspective, borders are seen as tools of the state that serve to divide and exploit the working class, creating competition among workers and facilitating capitalist exploitation. That's pretty much it, yeah, in a nutshell, right there. Australia, right there. The Cold War 2.0. That's what she's describing. And like, it's okay when the US does it to Venezuela, but it's not okay when Russia does things like cutting sea cables and drone incursions and things like that. The double standard is real, baby. And that's what you get from the, what was it again? What was it called? The Federation for the Defense of Democracies, the FDD.
One needs to differentiate between what Trump says and what he does. Now, if Moscow rejects, tweaks, will Trump use sanctions or let Putin dictate terms again?
I have to admit, it's not if Russia rejects. I am quite certain that Putin will reject. And because Putin is the one who believes that he can ask all those maximalist demands. And that's why he precisely was pushing for that 28-point agreement. So actually, he wanted Zelensky to reject this, so portray Zelensky as an unreliable partner. And I think this is going to be a huge test.
Allegedly, excuse me, allegedly. Yeah, sorry.
For the United States and Europe. I think President Trump should pursue further sanctions and should send a very, very clear message to Moscow that if Putin doesn't stop this war, that our long-range missiles will be on the horizon to provide Ukraine, so Russia will be on the defensive.
Thank you very much. Ivana Stradner there.
See, there it is. Like, you don't even really have to read between the lines too much of this one. It's just like, look, if Putin doesn't agree to the plan as it is, which the Ukraine has had the chance to go through and say, no, we don't like being excluded from NATO. No, we don't like this idea that we have to give up territory, which is obviously, like, she's not wrong. It's not something that Russia really wants. Russia's made it pretty fucking clear that they're sick of NATO expanding towards their territory. It's pretty fucking clear. Like, come on. Hello. Like, you don't have to be a genius to figure that one out. Russia doesn't like the idea of NATO. Hey, the thing that was set up to fight the commies and didn't fucking disappear when the commies disappeared. And for some reason, it's just there watching Russia. Hey, just nicely sitting there. It's basically its existence is to contain Russia. To put pressure on Russia. They don't like NATO. They don't want to give up the territorial gains that they've got. Ukraine's already gotten through and cut that shit out. And basically, she's given away the playbook here. If Russia doesn't agree to this sort of stuff, and Trump looks like he's smeared again on the public scene, and people don't believe that he has the fortitude to deal with this, then they're going to give them long-range missiles. Remember those missiles that Zelensky was asking for about a month ago now, and everyone was talking about it? And like, oh no, he won't do that. He won't give them the missiles. Then the US is magically going to start providing those missiles so they can long-range attack into Russia. And she's talking about Russia being on the defensive. This is the long-range play. Take the peace plan as is. we're going to start attacking Russia directly. Could you imagine if that was what was happening right now with Venezuela? Like Russia was in there and being like, look, you need to have a peace plan with Venezuela. Could you imagine? Just think about this for a second. The Trump administration has been threatening war on Venezuela. Just imagine if Russia was just like, look, this is unacceptable. You can't threaten war on Venezuela. If you do this, if you try and go to war with Venezuela and you don't agree to our terms for peace, we will start supplying Venezuela with missiles so they can shoot at Florida or they can shoot into Texas or something like that. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if the tables were turned? The Americans wouldn't have they wouldn't have that. They would not have that at all. It's crazy how this all works. It's Russia's front doorstep, not America's. Yeah. It's crazy.
A research fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, in Paris, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has met with his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, to shore up European support. Macron's office said the leaders will discuss what it called the conditions of a just and durable peace. This is Zelensky's second visit to Paris in recent weeks. Well, for more, let's bring in our Paris correspondent, Lisa Lewis. Lisa, this is Zelensky's second visit within 2 weeks, with the aim to move negotiations forward. Remind us, what role does France really play here?
President Emmanuel Macron is very much at the forefront of this European show of support for Ukraine. This is actually the 10th visit by President Zelensky since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. The Europeans want to show that they stand united with Ukraine. That country has long since turned into Europe's front, the front line in this war with Russia, especially as a number of European countries have been hit by so-called hybrid attacks, airspace violations, incidents with drones, but also cyber attacks. And that's why a number of European countries have put in place, again, military service, such as France last week.
They're all very huggy as well, aren't they? Remember he was meeting with Starmer before? They had the footage of that. Like, Zelensky keeps going in for the handshake and everyone's like huggy. We got your back, brother. We got your back. Please, just keep the war in your country. We don't have to deal with Russia. You're doing a great job. Please, just keep it over there. President always needs Congress approval for war, plus the generals aren't happy. Well, so they say, and look at what's been happening. Right, the EU and all the other satellite states will dump Ukraine once the Americans lose interest. Ukraine has a few options for its future. It's a savage take, that is, but I guess you're not wrong. But I don't know if the US loses interest, I don't know if the Europeans will just dump it, kind of thing. Like they want a buffer. This is my opinion, anyway. They do want a buffer. The Europeans. They don't want Russia breathing or expanding, let's say, into their territories. Don't need permission from Congress when it's a police action, like Vietnam, etc. Like what type of police action? A world police action? Hundreds of people deleted, and it's all smiles and hugs. Yeah, right? It's scary when you say it like that.
Announced a voluntary military service destined to gear up the ranks of its military personnel by tens of thousands of soldiers over the next decade.
Now, how does France and
sorry, is that France going to do that?
That announced a place again military service, such as France last week, that announced a voluntary military service destined to gear up the ranks of its military personnel by tens of thousands of soldiers over the next decade.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Not too much, but very briefly, is France exploring options to increase the size of its military and incentivize service? Yes, very recently, France announced that it is indeed exploring ways to increase the size and readiness of its military and incentivize youth service. The French government under Emmanuel Macron has revealed a new voluntary national military service to begin in 2026. It targets 18 to 19-year-olds with some slots open for up to age 25 for those with special skills. The service would last 10 months, roughly 1 month of basic training, followed by 9 months of service domestically on French territory or its overseas territories. The colonies. Recruits will be paid and provided with housing, equipment, and may, after their service, join the reserves or, if they choose, pursue a full-time military career. The objective is to start with about 3,000 volunteers in 2026, rising to 10,000 by 2030, and potentially go up to 50,000 by 2035, depending on security conditions. This doesn't mean this program is not a return to universal conscription. Participation is voluntary, Steps, ladies and gentlemen, baby steps. They do want a buffer, but it seems to me that Russia is determining the outcome. If Ukraine falls, which it will inevitably, I don't think the UK can do it. The EU can do anything about it. Yeah, it doesn't look promising in that sense. Like, I don't know if they really can. Especially, as you said, if like the Americans are just like, I don't want to play anymore. But that's not what's happening. I don't think the Americans really are, I don't want to play anymore. They're kind of like, Russia, you need to take these terms. They want a ceasefire. They want to stop the conflict. They don't want peace. And they don't want to just be like, walk away from it. They're constantly supporting Ukraine. And they just want to call it off and just like have it like basically a DMZ, like a demilitarized zone, in the Ukraine. They actually want that buffer, I think, and they're trying to ensure that it doesn't get any worse. And they're going to threaten Putin, kind of as she described, the FDD representative, the fighting for the Defense of Democracy's representative said, and if they don't do it, we're just going to give them stronger missiles so they can start hurting Russia harder. Candace Owens is alleging that the French government is trying to assassinate her. Yeah, she's taking it out of the MTG playbook. Isn't that right? Like, that's how you get notoriety. Like, if you go after someone, go after a big fish, right? Like MTG went after Israel. Candace Owens goes after the French president and his wife, and then it's just like, look, they're trying to assassinate me, and then everyone frantically like goes over and wants to pay attention to what's going on in her little universe. That's how you do it, man. That's a clever social media strategy. She's a fucking genius, or whoever's backing her anyway. David, the Russians want a friendly government in power, so the EU won't get that buffer. French Israelis are the craziest I've found. She's one deranged person. She's one fucking... like, she's probably got a team behind her then, actually. Candace and her team are deranged. Like, they are incredibly clever propagandists, let's say. Incredibly. Candace is a grifter. Yeah, goddamn she is. But like, again, her and her team, incredibly sophisticated propagandists. Very incredibly, great propagandists. And what a machine as well. She must be making absolute bank from the stuff that she throws out there. Alfie's back in the house. How you going? Welcome, Alfie Fisher, 91.
How does France and, by extension, the EU how do they position themselves to stay relevant in this peace process?
Well, that's a very good question. It's very difficult for the Europeans to stay relevant. They know that Russia very much wants to talk to only the US directly and sideline Europe and even Ukraine. But they have been managing to keep the conversation going, to get into those closed doors with some kind of success. When you look at the current peace plan that is on the table, in its initial version, for example, there was no talks of any, NATO troops in, or there was actually a ban on NATO troops in Ukraine, and now that has turned into some kind of Western troops that shouldn't be stationed there in the long run. So somehow the European Union is getting a place at the table, even if it's very difficult to maintain that place.
Now, France wants a central role in delivering the security guarantees to Ukraine. How do they propose to do that?
France is also spearheading the so-called coalition of the willing together with the UK. And that coalition of the willing, a number of countries, including countries from the EU, but also...
Such wanky talk as well, isn't it? Such wank. What is the coalition of the willing with regards to the context of the Ukrainian and Russian conflict? Justice for Charlie. Let's go, Candace. Oh, man. Hey, justice for Charlie. Yeah, how about that as well? Like, you got to feel sorry for Charlie. Like, since his death, all he has been is political football. Like, no one really took the moment to actually, commemorate his life. It was just straight away, like, after, literally after the shots were fired, he's just been political football ever since. The phrase coalition of the willing is a generic diplomatic military term for a temporary international grouping of states that voluntarily commit to common action, typically when no full multilateral treaty or UN mandate force exists. Commit to common action. So it's like NATO, but NATO can't happen. So it's like we agree to look after each other. The current war in Ukraine, the coalition of the willing, refers to a group of around 34 countries that have pledged to go beyond mere aid. They commit to supporting Ukraine politically, military, and in principle with a future security peacekeeping reassurance force on the Ukrainian territory once a ceasefire or peace is signed. So NATO won't come in there, but like everybody that's part of NATO will just come under this coalition of the willing. Interesting. Dilemmas. Neither should be funded. Ukraine and Israel are US proxies and Japan next. Didn't like Charlie, but wouldn't hurt him. Didn't like Charlie. Yeah, but like, whether you like him or you hate him, Charlie, poor. That's all that's happened since he's been killed. Like, you got to imagine, like he's up there somewhere as a Christian, right? He's in heaven just looking down. It's just like, but like I did all of that work and everyone's just using me as political football? Oh man, I died for nothing. He died a martyr to his own beliefs. He said gun violence is necessary. Yeah, it is. That's the irony of all of it. And you know what? Like David, he was actually talking about guns while he got shot. He got shot justifying that guns are okay despite gang violence. He was justifying that belief when he was shot. Yeah, I know. Yes. Okay. I wonder if he would change his mind if he survived. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? He was literally speaking about it as he was shot. Justice and equality for life. It's crazy.
Outside the EU have come up with a plan to station tens of thousands of soldiers in Ukraine in the long run once there is a peace plan in place.
Why would Russia sign up to this then? If Russia knows there's the coalition of the willing, which is basically all of the people that are in NATO who have been told that they can't have NATO in there because it's just not part of the agreement yet. But as soon as there's a peace, they're going to move troops in there. Like, why would Russia agree to any of this? Like, honestly, unless there's some other long-term play going on here, like Russia needs some time of their own to restock and reassess the situation. Yeah, give us a peace. Give us 2 weeks. We'll just gather ourselves and prepare for the next advance. I don't think Charlie believed in that, bro. What, justice and equality for life? Huh. He was fine with people dying.
Just wouldn't be on the front line directly. They would be function somehow as, peace troops further back in the country, but they would be there to reassure some kind of peace and, also intervene if attacked. And that is how they're trying to get some kind of plan on the road and also stay relevant in these peace talks.
Our correspondent Lisa Louis there in Paris. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Now, let's cross over to Marina Miron, military analyst at Defence Studies Department at King's College in London. Marina, first off, while all these negotiations and talks are going on, what's the situation on the front line in Ukraine right now?
Good morning, Gerhard. The situation continues to be complicated for the Ukrainian armed forces. We have been talking about Pokrovsk and Mironograd the past weeks, and now the situation is shifting. The attention is shifting to the Zaporizhia region, where the Russian forces have entered a settlement called Gulaipole, which they tried to take back in 2022, but the Ukrainian forces were able to push the Russians away from the settlement. The problem with that settlement is that it's important for Ukrainian logistics to supply the troops in the south. And of course, if the Russians manage to take Gulaipole and Orikhiv, they will be able to push the Ukrainian forces westward to Dnipro. So again, it's one of those fortifications that the Ukrainian forces have been using and which could create a gap in Ukrainian defenses. And of course, we have activities in other sectors such as Kupiansk, not so much, Seversk as well, and some activity, Russian attacks.
All right, so we're just getting an update on where the war's at. Not exactly about the peace plan, let's be honest. They actually included Ukrainian peace talks. It's just Russia being it's just been Russia and America negotiated. Out of curiosity, my anti-gun people actually tried to get their gun license. I feel like the thickest propaganda in Australia is the anti-gun propaganda. Sorry, I'm justice and equality for life. All right, yeah, I don't want an update on where we're at. I want to know about the peace plan. Where is this? Is this happening, this peace plan? That's what I want to know about. I don't know if this is going to happen, man. Ha, look at that comment. Another game-changing meeting. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, nothing's happened. Where does DW get its experts? The only person worth an ear is Marina Miron. The research fellow has done enough research. Everybody is denounced. What's going on here? Struggling. Who's this last guy?
I'd like to welcome Elliot A. Cohen now, a defence and security expert and Professor Emeritus at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Welcome to DW. Now, you've written in The Atlantic this week quite an interesting article. I want to paraphrase part of it for our audience. You've written there are two ways to interpret this Trump peace initiative in Ukraine. You say that some claim it's greed, stupidity, an urge to betray Ukraine, an authoritarian lust for intimacy with Russia, or something altogether more complicated. What's the more complicated way you're seeing this?
Well, the more complicated doesn't necessarily mean nice. And for sure, there are people in the administration, I would include Stephen Witkoff, particularly among them who don't particularly care at all about Ukraine, and do have some of those motivations that I described. I think Trump's motivations are a little bit more complicated. I think he wants to see himself as a peacemaker. And I think Rubio, who's playing a very large role in the negotiations, is actually somebody who has fairly traditional, I would say, traditional Republican views of this war, and as you could tell from his comments, is actually quite pro-Ukraine. But one has to emphasize, this is a very unstable administration. You can't be quite sure what they're going to do from one moment to another. But I think the point of the article was really to say it's a mistake to think that this is simply the Trump administration doing its best to betray Ukraine. That could happen, but I don't think that's what's on offer at the moment.
Why do you say, though, that
See, like, is that the thing? Is that what people are saying? I guess Trump supporters, Trump haters, whatever, that this is like a betrayal of the Ukraine, allowing like territorial concessions or pushing for territorial concessions, or like saying that they shouldn't have any protections with NATO or EU members, like apart from like particular security arrangements, they can't form part of NATO. That's a betrayal of Ukraine, and that's a capitulation towards Putin. Is that how people see it? Is that what's going on? I don't know what is scarier, traditional Republican views of war or Trump's unpredictable views. It was interesting how he was saying, yeah, he has a traditional Republican view, and then he said he supports Ukraine. So is that what the traditional Republicans are all about? Is like obviously maintaining the US system of hegemony or control over Europe through various vassal states and networks. That's what they need to do. They need to maintain their position, keeping this as a buffer state, or like keeping this as a way to control or pressure Russia. That's the traditional Republican view. And then there's the Trump administration's way of Republican politics, which is just, I don't know. Depends how Trump's feeling. We will find out just after this. David, I reckon either all of Poland, Romania, or Moldova become the next proxy battle / buffers. Maybe even the Caucasus, as Azerbaijan and Georgia play with fire occasionally. Even Armenia these days. Interesting. Trump, what makes me the most money? That's Trump's foreign policy. So good. How do I get a deal out of this? A deal for the Trump family. So good. Never thought about it that way. That's interesting. All right, let's see.
Trump administration has an urge to betray Ukraine. What is this urge?
Well, I don't say that it does. I think there's some look. I think Trump does not particularly care for Zelensky, and I'm not sure that he particularly cares about Ukraine. I think he cares about his relationship with Putin. I think there's a kind of a financial side to it. Above all, I think he cares about his reputation as a peacemaker. The point is, this administration, even more than most, is divided. And I think it's also very important to bear in mind what the administration has actually done. It's continuing to share intelligence with Ukraine. It's allowing European states to buy very advanced American weaponry to give to Ukraine. So it's a messier picture than one might.
This is a really interesting point because, like, yes, we want peace, and we're betraying the Ukraine because Trump's cozying up to Putin, and it's out there like just like he was doing with Bubba. He's there to provide fellatio services to Putin. It's a betrayal of Ukraine, but like at the same time, they are funding them. They're giving them intel, and they're supplying like weapons, advanced technology to the Europeans who are feeding it to the Ukrainians. So they're just like, so they can continue to attack Russia or defend themselves against Russia, however you want to say it. But like, they're not materially stopping any support for Ukraine. They might be talking over here, like, look at the hand. But like, what they're really doing is they're just, through their own military industrial complex, just feeding this war heavily and attacking the Russians, or indirectly attacking the Russians at the same time. Trump spent 200 million on golf trips so far, security planes and helicopters. Wow. Sleepy Joe could never do that much golf. Bet Trump is playing golf right now. Hey? All right, let's do this.
At first think.
Right. And as you say, Trump supporters would argue that he has helped broker deals for European nations to provide Ukraine with more weapons. It's provided intelligence, and that he is the one, I presume his supporters would say, that's gotten Russia and Ukraine possibly close to a peace breakthrough. What's your response to that?
Well, I think, one also has to add the oil sanctions, particularly on Lukoil and Rosneft, that the Trump administration imposed, which have had an effect and which the Biden administration did not. Look, I think the most important thing for everybody to remember is this may end up as a ceasefire, but it's not the end of the war. I don't think there's any way that Vladimir Putin...
It was interesting, wasn't it? And it's something for the Australians. I don't know how you found that, but like, fuck me, Dad. That was very interesting. Might have to play that for the Australians in the afters. See what they say. See what they think about it. Yeah. It is, yeah, it's an interesting take by that guy. On the Marxist stuff, anyway. Oh, Marx would have been this. Oh, Marxism is this. Marxism is that. It's like, come on, bro.
Putin is going to give up his ambition to reduce Ukraine to a satellite, if not to absorb it entirely. But it could be a very... I think there's any way that Vladimir Putin is going to give up his ambition to reduce Ukraine to a satellite, if not to absorb it entirely. But it could be a very useful ceasefire. It could be a ceasefire that lasts.
See, algorithms are converging. Me and Dr. Nathan were talking about this yesterday. The algorithms are converging. Maybe because I'm hanging out with y'all all the time. I'm starting to get Aussie content in my feeds. Ha ha ha. Take that. Trump, Putin, best friend. Ukraine war helped Trump win elections. Netanyahu helped too. Pretty disgusting.
It just everybody has to walk into this with their eyes open. This won't be over if there's some sort of agreement. That said, there's a reason for both sides to come to some kind of agreement right now when the lines are not moving on the front, when both sides are exhausted. So you can understand why people would think there's room for a ceasefire now.
We've been speaking to Elliot.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Like, again, the only reason that I think Russia would agree to something like this is that they have time to reassess their situation, regroup, restock themselves, and continue, marching on. But he was like, oh, it's at a standstill. I don't know if that's true. Like, we've already talked about it in the chat here that, Russia is advancing, and there's nothing that the Ukraine or the US can really do about that at this point. They got nothing on that to try to resist this stuff at all. So we're going to have a quick look. There's a guy that we watch here on the regular. His name is Brian from the New Atlas. 4S talks to him calls him the turtle guy. I guess because he resembles a turtle. And yeah, this is the turtle
another
guy.
Article for
This is Brian from the New Atlas, just for a reference for you. Now, he's written an article about this whole situation, about the peace deal, and he, in his classic sarcastic and scathing fashion, he's just like dismantled this peace plan proposal. He's like shot it to pieces, which is like, it's pretty funny the way that he like analyzes like world politics and stuff like that. He's called the new US peace proposal is Minsk 3.0 repackaged yet again. So, he's pretty critical about this type of stuff, as you would know if you spend any time with us as we go through Brian's stuff. So like, he's going to tell us why this is all just part of the big global domination, like playbook and all that sort of stuff. And so like, let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look at how he assesses this situation. I really like his content. I would really highly recommend it to you to like have an understanding of like, you know, global politics. Basically, it's pretty much global imperialism in the 21st century. So it's called the New Atlas. I would go and, like I said, go and check it out if I was you. It's interesting stuff, and that was suggested by Avalava, you know, a few months ago, and I think it's a good find. And yeah, he writes articles as well, so I'm gonna have a look at that. So strap yourself in. Russia been going hard. They got Chinese, North Korean, Mongolian, Chechen fighters. Pretty tough, yeah. Apparently they've also got Nepalese people that fight for them too. That's crazy. David, do you think any new conflicts or hotspots might flare up soon, like Iran, Israel, Venezuela, Taiwan? I ask since it seems America needs the war profits to bog down the axis of upheaval. That's so good. Can I start referring? Where did you hear that? Did you make that up? The axis of upheaval? I like that. That's pretty crazy. Because, like, you know, it's a fair point. Like, the US has had its time in the sun for ages. It's like, you know, hegemon number one, nobody fuck with me, and like it's just starting to lose that. And so all the stuff we're seeing is just them kind of, you know, maintaining their grip on power for as long as they can, like as in top dog power for as long as they can. And so like where is going to be the next flashpoints in terms of them trying to maintain their hold on the global order? That's the real question. And like, where is it going to be? Like, Iran at the moment seems to be kind of contained. Like, the Middle East seems to be a zone where, you know, through Israel, I would say the Americans or the Western interests have basically got what they've wanted, for the most part. They've got a whole bunch of countries that are, you know, in support of them and their actions. And like, Iran seems to be one of the last players left that are able to offer up some resistance to American imperialism or Western interests, let's say, in the region. And they've kind of been subdued. Like, Iraq was taken out. Yemen is under constant attack. Syria has now been dealt with, right? Like, you know, even Syria, it's gone now, like, as a threat. They're dealing with Hezbollah now in southern Lebanon. And so they've pretty much kind of dealt deadly blows to any type of resistance that would come through Palestine. You know, I don't know if like it'd be, if you're asking where it's going to happen next, I don't see it happening in like the Middle East or that region. Venezuela, yes. It seems to be a point. I think that Venezuela serves a different, like a number of interests. Like, it's about maintaining kind of like an attack on Russia and China, because Venezuela seems to have good relations with both of those entities, and like it draws power from Russia and China if they have to get involved with supporting Venezuela. And so like this isn't as a way to indirectly put pressure on Russia and China by going after Venezuela, but it also suits the Trumpian campaign, because we have speculated a lot over the last, like 12 months now. Jag can attest to that, on this idea that, you know, this idea of the Dark Enlightenment, you know, the Curtis Yarvin playbook, the neo-reactionary tactic, which is like, you know, setting up a new kind of system of royalty, you know, getting rid of democracy. Democracy is no longer conducive. Freedom and democracy are no longer like kind of conducive to the needs of one another. Like, you can't have freedom anymore and have democracy. And so I think, you know, something like Venezuela is probably not a bad option, because it kills multiple birds with one stone for a Trump administration. It deals with kind of putting pressure on Russia and China indirectly. You know, it opens up, you know, some nice oil reserves, and it means there's a war on the US, or like in the Americans' backyard, let's say, which is justification enough for Trump to go for another term and become president for life, like he's aspiring to do, because he's seen Putin and Xi get away with similar stuff, and he wants in on that. That's the new American lingo. I got it from them. Oh, really? The axis of upheaval? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't remember where. Wall Street can't steal. It sends the US what maybe? What Wall Street can't steal? It'll send the US military to take over and deal with. Yes. Opening this is colonialism, right? Opening things up to the market. So the American imperialism is like what Wall Street can't have. It sends the US military to deal with, and then that opens it up to the market, and then the transnational corporations come in, and it becomes something that can be pillaged by the market system. All right, let's have a look at what Brian has to say. Brian Berletich, Letich, I wonder. I was wondering what nationality he is. Like a Berletic is, what is that, like Slavic of some sort, do you reckon? Maybe. The contents of the proposal are irrelevant. Straight off the bat, that is Brian in a nutshell. So the proposal, the peace proposal, you're wondering what this article is about. It's about this Russia-Ukraine peace proposal. The contents of the proposal are irrelevant. All right. You don't need to read any more than that. That's pretty much it. The US does not seek peace in general, and certainly not with Russia specifically. Instead, and what previous proposals likewise represented, this is an attempt to freeze the ongoing conflict, rebuild Ukraine's armed forces, and, if possible, move Western troops into Ukraine itself to create a buffer zone, possibly forcing advancing Russian forces to stop. And we were just listening to that when we were hearing how France is changing its own volunteer provisions to encourage more people to come in. They're also part of the coalition of the willing, which we have heard Starmer talk about a bit. The coalition of the willing are the people that are in NATO but can't use NATO against Russia because it's not part of the agreement. So they're all just going to get together and have a side party in Ukraine, basically. So they're going to enter into that sphere as peacekeepers. Beyond mere speculation, this is what U.S. Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth laid out himself in a public directive delivered to Europe in Brussels in February this year. Despite Secretary Hegseth going out of his way to insist this must not be Minsk 3.0, the directive not only explicitly lays out Minsk 3.0 framework, complete with freezing the ongoing conflict, not ending it, doubling down and recommitting to Ukraine's security needs, thus rebuilding Ukraine's armed forces, but it actually exceeds it with an additional Syria-style buffer zone imposed by European and non-European troops. A Syria-style buffer zone. That's interesting. It's an interesting way of putting it. All right, so let's have a look at this. We are just reading an article. We are reading an article which describes the proposed Russia-Ukraine peace deal as Minsk 3.0. Can you briefly outline why this claim is being made? Because it sees the new plan as repeating core logic of the flawed earlier Minsk 2014 and 2015 agreements. So that's Minsk 1 and 2. Freeze the conflict rather than resolve it. Minsk 1 and 2, like Minsk 1 and 2, it would likely stop major fighting, but leave key political issues unresolved, creating a frozen conflict. There you go. 2. Lock in Russian territorial gains. Minsk 2 required Ukraine to accept de facto Russian-controlled enclaves inside its borders. Critics argue the new plan forces Ukraine to accept Russian occupation lines. 3. Demand political concessions from Ukraine under military pressure. Minsk 2 required constitutional changes, specific status, and demilitarization of areas Russia controlled. The New Deal reportedly includes similar political demands seen as undermining Ukrainian sovereignty, reward aggression instead of deterring it. Many argue Minsk 2 allowed Russia to regroup and prepare for future offensives. The same fear exists now that Russia would use a ceasefire to rebuild and strike again. Dun, 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 dun. British Labour Party is gone kid starver, and his dog Lammy. Only hope is Jeremy Corbyn, your party. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if that'll ever happen, though. That's some dream stuff there, right? Jeremy Corbyn coming in to save the day. That dirty commie. Remember when America caused the Syrian open-air slave market to bloom? Interesting. All right, back to it. Where's the article? There it is. Okay, just as Minsk 1 and 2 prevented Ukraine's armed forces from being overwhelmed and any actual peace from being achieved, the Minsk 3.0 proposal seeks to freeze the conflict once again, specifically to prevent any genuine resolution from emerging. With European and non-European troops placed in Ukraine, Russia's ability to resume its special military operation, SMO, once it becomes clear the US has once again violated its agreement with Russia, will be complicated by a now deeply entrenched NATO present inside Ukraine. Just as US and Turkish forces complicated the full retaking of Syria by Damascus and its Russian and Iranian allies, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of Russian and Iranian-backed government in late 2024. Interesting comparison there. Somebody already brought this up, the comparison between Syria. Corbynites. Yeah. I don't know. Do you reckon they have it? They have the potential to do that? Russia to resume its special military operation. Can you briefly describe the objective of Russia's special military operation in Ukraine following Minsk 2? Here's a very brief summary of Russia said was the objective of its special military operation in Ukraine in the period following Minsk 2. Russia stated objective. Russia claimed the goal was to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, meaning it said it wanted to dismantle what it characterized as a threat from Ukraine's armed forces and removed alleged extremist or ultra-nationalist influences within Ukrainian political and military structures. Russia also framed the operation as protecting Russian-speaking populations in Ukraine, especially in the eastern regions, and safeguarding its own security against perceived NATO expansion. Implicit in the rhetoric was a claim that Ukraine's integration with Western institutions and military alliances, e.g. NATO, pose an existential threat to Russia. So the operation was presented as a preemptive measure. The special military operation represented a dramatic escalation beyond the terms of Minsk II. That agreement, negotiated in 2015 to de-escalate Russia's conflict in eastern Ukraine and grant a degree of autonomy to separatist-controlled areas, never involved a full-scale invasion of the rest of Ukraine. The justification given by Russia has been widely rejected by Ukraine and its allies as pretext for territorial conquest and re-subjugation. So here it is. They never The agreement negotiated in 2015 to de-escalate Russia's conflict in eastern Ukraine and grant a degree of autonomy to separatist-controlled areas never involved a full-scale invasion of the rest of Ukraine. So there it is. Do you reckon, as part of their special military operation, which is what we're seeing here, the war in Ukraine, as we all describe it, as we're told to by the mainstream media, special military operation, they've said it's not about a full-scale invasion of the Ukraine. I don't think Russia has any intention to pause the conflict. Their war machine, reservists, industries, and trade with their allies is booming right now. A pause hurts their interests. Putin is barely holding on to all the regions in Russia. I don't think he wants to expand the largest landmass country in the world. Interesting. Very interesting. It's so interesting seeing everyone's opinions on this because there's just so much propaganda about this from the West, from Russia. For everyone's got a fucking take on this one, right? It's Russia's advantage. West only fighting half its full force. Russia fighting full force. Do you reckon that's true? Do you reckon Russia's committing everything to this? I wonder. Even if the US was to propose a deal explicitly excluding any of these possibilities, it must be remembered the original Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 agreements did as well and was simply blatantly and very deliberately violated by both the US and its Ukrainian and European proxies. It must also be remembered that the US, far beyond just the conflict in Ukraine, has violated every single agreement, treaty, and understanding ever proposed to Russia, and before that, the Soviet Union. There exists a long trail of unilaterally upended arms treaties, memorandums, and agreements left by successive US administrations, including by President Donald Trump himself, including the now scrapped Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty and the Treaty on Open Skies. What's this? The Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. And the Treaty on Open Skies. I'm really giving the research assistant a run for its money today, even though I'm not paying it. Definitely not paying you. My research slave, I should say. It's struggling. The Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. 1987, the US-Soviet agreement that banned all land-based missiles, nuclear or conventional, with ranges of up to 500 to 5,500 kilometers, and required both sides to destroy existing stockpiles. Purpose: reduce the risk of rapid strike nuclear war in Europe. Treaty on Open Skies in 1992, treaty allowing member states to conduct unarmed aerial surveillance flights over each other's territory to increase military transparency and reduce the chance of accidental conflict. Treaty allowing member states to conduct unarmed aerial surveillance flights over each other's territory. That's interesting. Very interesting. I doubt it when Ukraine's average age of the soldier is now 48, and that was a while ago. Russia has 3 lines of defense holding their annexed territory. That is pretty crazy, that age demographic thing. It's mental. So Donald Trump, including the now scrapped, so they've taken away nuclear treaties and open skies treaties. Interesting. Huh. The current Trump administration has, can you read that? Yeah. In just under the first year in office, used proposed peace deals and ceasefires with Iran and Lebanon-based Hezbollah as cover for attempted and successful decapitation strikes by both U.S. proxies Israel, as well as strikes carried out by the U.S. itself against Iran. Yeah, isn't that crazy? They propose peace deals and ceasefires, and then they go in and strike, like what they did with Iran, right? They literally did that during just after a peace deal. It's pretty scary, the Russian response. It is impossible to say with certainty how the Kremlin interprets these proposals. It is also impossible to conceive Russia's leadership could be naive enough to believe anything being proposed by the US, or even believe the US could in any conceivable way seek peace in the first place. However, with Minsk 1 and 2 in hindsight, and Russian President Vladimir Putin himself having agreed to both proposals despite later admitting they were sheer deception, according to Russian state media TASS, it raises questions as to why these agreements were ever accepted in the first place, and whether or not Russia will accept future proposals by the rest. That just have to sit and wait, and you need 3 times the troops to attack a defendable position that it takes to hold it. Russia isn't losing. Stimpy in the brain. It could be that Russia was simply not reading, was not ready in 2014, 2015 to launch what would eventually shape into the SMO, the Special Military Operation, and felt the time Minsk 1 and 2 created for both sides could be better utilized by Russia and eventually place in a stronger position than Ukraine and its US sponsors when the SMO was launched. This latest proposal by the US must be understood by Russia as yet another obvious deception, with Secretary Hegseth admitting to the real objectives the US was and still obviously is working towards in regards to encircling and containing both Russia and its Chinese allies. Agreeing to it would only happen if Russia felt it required a pause itself and believed it could it could once again use the time as a pause to afford it better than the US and its proxies. It would also have to believe that it would be prepared to deal with any deployment of European and non-European troops to Ukraine in a manner more successful than it did in the now toppled and decimated Syrian Arab Republic. Interesting stuff. See, that's the thing. Like, I was wondering why this is not getting more and more media attention. Like, it was all the rage in 2022. Like, people wouldn't shut up about like the war in Ukraine. Everybody picked a side. Everyone had it in their profile picture. People were, upset at Russia. It was so crazy. Like the liberal world order, the Western media was going savage on Ukraine. It was just non-stop. And like now they're actually talking about a peace deal. Like, you don't hear people talking about it at the same volume. People were so over this. Maybe people are just tired. There's exhaustion. People don't care about this issue anymore. Or like, but like they do manufacture consent. So like, why wouldn't the media be able to craft a story around this one? Unless they just think it's a non-goer. Like, why would Russia really accept this? Like, Israel stood really nothing to lose. And like Palestine, had, they had nothing to work with anyway. So they were forced into agreeing to stuff, like completely forced into agreeing to things. And things that were unreasonable. And so like, it was a no-brainer. Like the whole world was like, watching and expecting peace. But here, they don't want the whole world, seemingly, they don't want the whole world commenting on this one and being like, yes, peace, 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 peace. Peace is always the way. Just like, stop the fighting, stop the fighting. It's surprising they're not talking about this more. It was all Slava, Ukraine. It's interesting why this is unfolding differently to the Palestinian, the 20-point peace plan for Gaza. It's so weird how it's not following the same trajectory. Israeli settlers are insane. Yeah, some crazy shit that happens there. Or Russia may simply play along with each successive proposal while Russian forces continue their exponentially accelerating advance on the battlefield in Ukraine as Ukraine's fighting capacity collapses. That's what you were talking about. Dilemmas. Ever looked up how much artillery alone Russia is making compared to America, the world's greatest military? It's embarrassing. Wow, no, I haven't looked at that. Oh, that's why they're getting everyone else to pull their weight, right? The Europeans and now Australia. Everyone's chipping in. But this is the thing. This is the discussion, and we were talking about this the other day with I think it was me and Cheese Swiss about the free market style versus the planned economy style. I think we were looking at this in terms of China. And like, how does a free market economy stand up in the face of the anarchy of, how does the anarchy of the market, so just letting the market decide what's profitable and we should produce more of this shit, how does that stand up to planned economies? Like Russia is directing its economy for its war machine. Just like China directs its economy to control production. The means of production are ultimately controlled by the state as opposed to the capitalist class. And like, how do you stand up to that? The anarchy of the free market used to be fair. It used to be like, fair game when everyone was dealing with the anarchy of the free market. But you have proper planned economies now that of industrial scale, advanced industrial scale. And like, how do you stand up to that unless you have a planned economy yourself? Now, you could argue easily that all of the free market systems are planned economies because basically there's a whole bunch of corporations that monopolize on everything, and so they plan economies. They plan the economy for themselves, but that's different to having a state planning an economy for the defense of the nation, or for their own strategic interests. That's very different to having a market that's completely monopolized or taken over by a cartel that just plan their profits. They're planning their profits. They're not planning the economy. Why would Russia expand past their entire objective of the Crimea land bridge and access to the Black Sea? The liberal world order can't accept Ukraine didn't become another Afghanistan. Yeah. Well, I think that's what they're hoping is going to happen. And then Russia will just have to pull out eventually because they can't keep it up anymore. Russia was been on war footing for years to pump. So has been on the war footing for years to pump manufacturing. Meanwhile, America was trying to work out what's a woman, right? That's differences in policy, right? By now, it should be abundantly clear, that the US, regardless of its current presidential administration or the composition of the US Congress, is incapable of agreement, and that nations faced by its decade-spanning, global-spanning pursuit of primacy must balance strategies to defend against it with a means of escalation, avoiding a dangerous spiraling into escalation. Sorry, did I read that? Probably no, I don't think I did. Congress, by now, it should be abundantly clear that the US, regardless of its current presidential administration or the consumption of the US composition of the US Congress, is incapable of agreement, and that nations faced by its decade-spanning, global-spanning pursuit of primacy, must balance strategies to defend against it with a means of avoiding a dangerous spiraling into escalation. Making real sense of US foreign policy. For observers trying to make sense of successive US proposals, it would be useful to consider the various layers of US policy. These layers include 1, the most shallow, almost meaningless rhetoric, propaganda, and political theater. 2, that of ongoing US military operations, posture, and preparations. 3, corporate finance of policy making taking place within the halls of well-established think tanks, where papers are transformed into bills by teams of lawyers before being sent to Washington by lobbyists merely to be signed off on. Isn't that interesting? Like, this is where it comes from. This is where US foreign policy and its machinery comes from. Corporate financier policy making taking place within the halls of well-established think tanks, where papers are transformed into bills, so legislation, by teams of lawyers before being sent to Washington by lobbyists. So this is where we come up with this American foreign policy. This is what he's saying anyway. So like, for anyone trying to make sense of this, it might look like rhetoric at the top. So like, this is how you understand what's going on. You got the rhetoric on the top that's like kind of confusing, given the fact that the military operations of the US are kind of contradictory sometimes to the headlines. And he's like, well, what's causing this operational difference, this contradiction between the headlines and the propaganda and what's actually happening in operation? Bang. The influence is from think tanks, corporate finance think tanks, who write legislation and then send that to Washington through its lobby groups. So it's the American and the Western capitalist classes who want to maintain their imperialism. And I mean imperialism in the Leninist sense here. Like, he's describing capitalism, basically. This is how bourgeois society works. They finance the ideology and the thinking behind the state. It's not just the state that's just kind of doing things because it's all powerful. In a bourgeois system, it gets its ideas from bourgeois institutions. The deepest layers where the principal motivations of maintaining US primacy over the globe and an urgent desire to confront and dismantle collective internationalism or multipolarism drive all other policies. Interesting. Squid, guess who's back? How you going? My theory is that they will sacrifice another European nation to fulfill Ukraine's role. Interesting. What, as a distracting war of attrition style proxy war to drain Russia of its impetus here. Ukraine is a sinking boat. No, I think it will bring like South Korea, just like a stalemate that never gets resolved, and they'll have like a DMZ, right? And they just split it up. Russia said that they want to denazify the place. To do that, they're going to need to reject. that. Russia got their own McDonald's, now McRuskies, because that would give time to reject that. That would give time and another opportunity for the Azov Ukrainians to rearm/regroup. Cheese Swiss mystery. So if the state, Russia, has been sanctioned, they would have to use capitalist means in order to fill their coffers. I guess. Like, they're capitalistic. I think what the West doesn't like is the fact that they're like an overt oligarchic capitalist regime, whereas like the West of Western democracies like to hide their oligarchy behind institutions and lobby groups and think tanks, and they have democracy there, so people participate in the system. But like behind the democracy are like the ideologues, the people that form all the legislation and get all the policy through the democratic system. They just don't like how the Russians are overtly oligarchic, and so they use that as a, oh look, we stand for democracy. We're fighting. What was the name of that think tank or that organization? Fighting for the defense of democracy, right? Guess who's back? I feel like they did denazify Ukraine. They all moved to America as Groypers and Oz as the NSN. That's crazy. Talking about US being a world power, or how they are building a wall around their foreign partners. Yeah, that's pretty funny, actually. It's a funny way of thinking about it. Russia said that they will send troops to protect any native Russian speakers. I'm sure that's how they framed it as well to their local population, right? Because they've still got to manufacture consent within their own borders. It's not just about like, how do we impose American foreign policy at the state level? They still have to convince their people, right? Poland, the ones been building yeah, they have been, apparently. Kind of set up to be settlers on the West Bank type scenario. If they choose to settle, then it's their people to defend. Interesting. Explains the Donbass region then. Ukraine has been shelling them since 2014. Definitely a monopoly, Putin, and an MBS oil prices too. So what about the communist socialist states? But like, are you insinuating that Russia is communist or socialist still, like since the fall of the Soviet Union? Or are you just like saying like generally like what about them and how they relate to this? Like China and Russia kind of have a marriage of convenience, I think. Like it's in their interest to work together to counteract the American world order, because the American world order systematically puts pressure on them and tries to stop them from developing, like it tries to stop everybody from developing so it can maintain its status. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, so you just mean like how do they relate to this? So I think that's how they relate to this. Like they're all kind of, friends. It's convenient friendships, I find. And like they kind of need to band together in the face of what is still a very, very powerful network of control that the US has. But they're learning, and they're like, people have been pointing out their industrial capacity and their capability for planning their economics is like a real problem for the Western world. Like it can't match that productive capability. Not in the immediate term or the short term. They're gonna have to build that up again. And so that them all banding together, like the socialist nations, like North Korea and China, banding together to assist Russia. Like I think they all understand that their strategic objectives are met by cooperation, for sure. And like the communists, like the Chinese Communist Party, or the People's Communist Party, the Chinese People's Communist Party. They say they don't want to spread their ideology on anyone else. That's what the US does. So like when the US goes around with the IMF or something like that, one of the agreements for taking on loans is like you have to democratize. China doesn't really. They say they don't care what your political stance is. You have the right to self-determination. We'll support you. If we want to support you, we'll support you, and it won't be because you have to change to our system of politics or something. Poland has a history of crossing borders they may want to avoid. Yes, so Vietnam and China, etc., doing well under those conditions. Vietnam seems to be fucking doing gangbusters at the moment. But like, is Vietnam really supportive? Like, Vietnam seems to be a bit of a fence sitter in all of this. Like, they kind of support, well, they don't like directly support any of the conflicts. I believe I haven't heard of Vietnam's involvement, but like in terms of their economics, like Vietnam is booming at the moment. Soviet bloc countries relied on the bloc. So hard to build things now without the band of skills inserted into industrial mega projects. Interesting. China can do it as the states internally may govern differently, but the bloc can shift resources quickly to build. Russia only got close to China because NATO refused to let them in NATO after the fall of the USSR. NATO needed a bad guy to justify funding for military arm in Europe. Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. I wonder if they regret that one then. Is it true? I've never heard of that. Russia only got close to China because NATO refused to let them in after the fall of the USSR. Isn't that crazy that they would turn around to NATO and ask for membership? After the fall of the Soviet Union, did Russia reach out and request NATO membership? Short answer is no. There's no credible evidence that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation formally requested to join. After this collapse, Russian relations with NATO changed dramatically from Cold War adversary to at least partially cooperative partner through the Partnership for Peace in the mid-90s. But public records from NATO archives, Russian statements, and Western academic journalist sources do not show a formal Russian application for membership. Because Russia pursued cooperation and partnership, participating in joint exercises, dialogue, and cooperation structures, some observers retrospectively treat this as seeking NATO integration, but cooperation doesn't equal membership. Over time, as tensions rose, especially after 2000, Russian leaders increasingly described NATO expansion. Sorry, you can't see that. Decried NATO expansion, which suggests they never seriously intended to enter as a full member. Interesting. So they were cooperating. I didn't realize that. That has always been touchy. Done by Ukraine to stop Germany getting cheap Russian energy. Germany, being part of NATO, has been attacked by its allies. Jeffrey Sachs was there. Ask him, mystery. Hey, interesting. Yeah, I wonder how he fits into all of this, eh? Jeffrey Sachs. Yeah, Jeffrey Sachs. I wonder how he fits into all of this. We have our speculations, eh? I still haven't had a chance to investigate that. It's one for my list. I wonder how people feel in this stream about Sachs. Do people get flooded with Jeffrey Sachs like content in their like algorithms and stuff like that? Apparently he ain't as squeaky clean as he comes across as. He has a sordid history, potentially. All right, where were we? I'll finish off this article. Focus on an analysis of upper layers of the rhetoric, propaganda, and political theatre will consistently lead to confusion, disastrously failed predictions, and overall general inability to understand US policy, motivation, and interests. By diving deeper into these other more relevant layers, the deliberate confusion created at the surface can be cut through, and a deep fundamental understanding of US power, its actual intentions, methods, and motivations can be achieved. It also equips those targeted by US policy with the best chance of formulating realistic strategies to defend themselves against both deception that accompanies it and the dangers of the treachery those deceptions are meant to distract away from. No, I don't see Jeffrey. Assume does feed into my money-hungry feed. It doesn't feed into my money-hungry feed. Interesting. I don't know that, man. Interesting. Yeah, he does. Sachs, he's reinvented neoliberalism too. Yeah. Yeah, he comes up a lot in my feed. Pretty sure Germany was listed on the baddie side post-war II. So adding to NATO was to keep them in line. If Russia had of applied, they would have been accepted. Hey, could you imagine how different the world would be right now if Russia, at the fall of the Soviet Union, was accepted into NATO? Eh? Fucking hell. Interesting. From Wall Street and Washington's perspective, this is an obstacle to their principal objectives of pursuing power and profit. And that's why Russia, along with many other nations constituting the multipolar world, especially China, has been designated an adversary and has been set upon by decades spanning policies aimed at encroaching upon, encircling, and ultimately upending them, just as the Soviet Union had been, and other nations like Syria, Libya, Iraq, and more recently Nepal have been much more recently. Until these principal objectives change, and they haven't, the policy they drive, the creation of the policy they drive, the creation of will not, nor will the operational realities of these policies be implemented. The only thing that will change will be the rhetoric, the propaganda, and the political theatre used to distract and disarm both global public and decision makers around the world from this reality to afford additional space, time, and opportunity for their further advancement. A full analysis of US foreign policy must extend through all of these layers, consistently building an understanding upon the first principles of how US foreign policy is actually created and why. Focusing on the topmost artificial layer of rhetoric, propaganda, and political theatre gives no more understanding of geopolitical realities than studying the waves in an ocean reveals all the many millions of organism currents and features far below them. Interesting. So, like, his tip on understanding global politics is to not read the headlines and, like, go and have a look at the actual kind of policies and the think tanks and the people that are funding research that goes into policy decisions. And that's the backbone of the operation. So when you see, like, America saying something like, you know, we're trying to figure out peace with Russia over Ukraine, and they're continually funding the Ukraine and its efforts to project its military operations into Russia, and, like, it's saying one thing and doing the other, then, like, the way to figure out what's beyond the headlines there and the conversation from the mainstream media is to go and look at the things that back the policy decisions. So the decisions to keep on funding and arming the Ukraine despite the peace talks. Go and have a look at those policy decisions, and then go and find out who wrote the policies, what think tank, and then go and figure out who funds those think tanks. And, like, it's this, like, certain state departments and primarily private interests, certain massive conglomerates in particular industries, huge corporations, transnational corporations that have an interest in having, you know, access to markets, global markets, and dominating those global markets to maintain their rate of profit. That's where the power, and that's where the trail leads. It's a very kind of Marxist way of looking at the world. In relation to Sachs, I think I've seen one interview with him, but I don't even know what role he had. It's one of those names that gets thrown around a lot. Yes, he gets used a lot. And there's a lot of propaganda that he's in. It's interesting. India, Pakistan can't join NATO, though. No. What was that in relation to? All right. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and then we come back and we're going to look at some of the stuff that's happening in the first island chain. So the first island chain being the strategic name for the people that kind of surround the east coast of China. And so like China can't go beyond the first island chain in terms of its own naval projection, but like how do you contain China? The US has kind of ensured that it has military bases or military control, let's say, over the people that kind of encircle China. The first ring of defense of containing China, which is, you know, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines. They're not really like Taiwan, but Vietnam, but Vietnam's kind of land, it's like a land connection there. But like in terms of the naval kind of ring, you have that, and then you have kind of Malaysia or Indonesia below it. And that's referred to as the first island chain. And so we're going to have a look at what's going on in the first island chain at the moment. And like if we take kind of Brian's, this is the guy that wrote this article that we just read. If we take Brian's interpretation of how geopolitics works, there's some of the stuff that's happening at the moment in Asia, in terms of like people being upset with their governments and all that sort of stuff, would insinuate that they are working hard on containing China through this first island chain. So we're going to have a quick break and then we come back with some more geopolitics. It's a big geopolitics day today. So we will be right back. But if you've been hanging out and interacting today, I do appreciate it. I can't go all the way back, but I'll read who I can. David, the two Davids. So thank you, Davids, both of you, for chatting today. Dilemmas, Cheese Swiss, Ninja Nurse, Scribblicious, coming in and out. And Dr. Nathan was here for a little bit too. Thank you. Who else is here? Who else have I missed? Voltaire was in the house for a bit, so we'll be right back soon, and don't go anywhere. Hello? 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 Hi, sorry. Yeah, you think how are you? All right, we are back. Mystery is not a camel. I am not. I am not. Unfortunately, I have brakes. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? I wanted to have a look at. Let's go to Philippines first. I'm not sure if everyone's been tracking this or across this, but there's been a lot of unrest in the Philippines, and it seems to be all related to the same issue. There was that kind of concern, well, not concern, like massive issue in the Philippines with regards to corruption, and like it's the same trope, right, that we've been dealing with and been listening to already. So the trope of governments being corrupt, like what happened in Indonesia, what's happened in well, your mum definitely has, yeah, interesting. Been following this story. Yeah, what's happening in Indonesia, what happened in Nepal, what was happening in Morocco, like all of these claims about like government corruption. And so like the claim of, you know, certain people is this is all part of like America's kind of foreign policy machine. It's deep state. The way it deals with like countries around the world, it like destabilizes governments, and like the way it's been doing that recently, like with all the Gen Z kind of revolutions and riots that have been taking place, the way that the US sorts out governments that it likes and it doesn't is by like drumming up these ideas that local governments are corrupt and they need to be like dethroned, basically. They need to be overthrown. And so the Americans, through their soft power interests, so like not directly like going in there with soldiers like boots on the ground, but like with organizations like NGOs and things like that, have been fomenting discontent in local populations in areas that are strategically important for them, it being Nepal, which is like having people disputing on the border of Nepal, or like causing unrest on the border of Nepal and China is a good thing for America's interest, because China has to deal with that now, and it like spreads them out or like draws their attention towards that. And that was a successful example of that. Indonesia, similar. Like people do consider that Indonesia is part of the first island chain, so that's that section that like holds in China. And so like if China can't get beyond the first island chain, then it can be held at bay there. And so like Indonesia had a bit of a, you know, anti-corruption destabilization effort going on, just reminding the government the power of like foreign influence in their country. And we are seeing something similar going on in the Philippines at the moment. So something in the sense that like there are legitimate concerns that the population has about corruption issues, but like why is it coming out now? And like what is really going on? And like the Philippines is of like definite strategic importance for the US, because, you know, there are US military bases in the Philippines, and there have been instances in the past with particular leaders who have advocated for, you know, getting rid of American troops, and then lo and behold, you know, they haven't, you know, done very well in the polls after doing that, let's say, and they've been kind of overthrown and smeared like by the international community and all that sort of stuff. Let's just say that voting for another Marcos was a great idea. Yeah, I know, right? Like, what's going on there? Talk about political dynasty, and like one that's like, you know, on the record is pretty, you know, it's done some pretty crazy shit. But like, you know, the Marcos, you know, family anyway, doing it, you know, in cahoots with America anyway. So like, you know, it's just this time around, it would seem the Americans don't really like the Marcos family, but they have enjoyed them in the past, if that makes sense. So yeah, let's just get a real quick kind of like introduction to that, just in case you're not across what's been going on. But like, yeah, in the realm of like America's foreign policy and like their imperial dictates, it seems like a destabilized Philippines is potentially good if they can maintain control, if it helps them maintain control over governance there. But like, who knows what's really going on behind this? But let's have a look.
Protesters and police face off again near the presidential palace, more than 2 months after anti-corruption protests in Manila turned violent. This time around, there were no scuffles, but there was no shortage of anger, with rallies calling law enforcement protectors of the corrupt. Ahead of Sunday's protest, the defense and interior ministers had warned against any incitement to overthrow the government.
If they are one with the people in calling for full accountability, then they should let the people exercise their free speech.
Prior to marching to the presidential palace, protesters gathered at a nearby park to express their desire for change, starting with the country's leadership.
While previous protests focused on accountability, people here say they've lost faith in the government's ability and intention to investigate and prosecute all officials involved in corruption. Now they want President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to resign because they say it's hard to fathom the country's leader, at the very least, having no knowledge at all.
On how billions of dollars meant for flood mitigation projects reportedly went to politicians instead, that is, corruption that people now blame for recent floods that killed hundreds.
Who have been arrested? These are the fixers. These are the small-time employees who get ordered by those on top to do the wrong things.
Among those on top, protesters here
Look at that. Savage, isn't it? Look at that. Get him. They
say
burn
is the
effigy.
president.
Filipinos are easily manipulated by social media and institutionalized religion. They are suckers for Riz, glitz and glamour. And that was the Marcos family, right? Like glitz and glamour. And they were like bowling, right? And for Riz, so good. Glitz and glamour. Institutionalized religion, it is a big thing, right? That you got to do what you're kind of told by your local priest. They are soft revolutionaries and best and will likely side with US-Israeli imperialist policy in the long term. But yeah, but that's the thing, right? You know, like, what's this really about? Like, what has Marcos Jr. done, or hasn't done, to deserve this? Or maybe it's just like a nice reminder. It's like, you know, we can turn the people against you if necessary, you know, on corruption charges, and allegations. Like, if you don't continue to, like, you know, ensure that the Americans do maintain their interests, their military interests, their bases within the region. Within your country, basically.
Series of clips released on social media. His once ally in Congress, Zaldico, accused Marcos of demanding around $35 million in kickbacks every month. Cabinet officials quit after the allegation, but Marcos denies any wrongdoing.
Zaldico's lawyer attempted to blackmail the government. He told us that if we don't go through with the cancellation of his client's passport, there won't be any more videos. I do not negotiate with criminals.
Yet at another mass protest on the other side of the Philippine capital, people refrained from calling for Marcos to step down. They say the constitutional successor, Vice President Sara Duterte, is just as corrupt, having been impeached on accusations of misusing intelligence funds. But those calling for Marcos's resignation say they also want Duterte out. Both camps united only in advocating against political dynasties, but otherwise unclear if and when their goals will meet. Barnabelow, Al Jazeera, Manila.
This is the playbook. Like, let's be the generation. Like, this is the Gen Z kind of playbook that's been happening across the world recently. And the claims are that this is stuff, these are movements that are nestled within organizations of American soft power, like the NED, as Brian would tell us, so the National Endowment for Democracy, and they have their tentacles in these regions, and when they want to, they will stir up foment that existing kind of issue of corruption. Like these places, like, I'm not denying that there are corruption issues within places like Nepal or Indonesia or the Philippines. So it's not just fabrication by some American deep state agency. Like, but they understand how and when to kind of, you know, ignite the fire, if you will, if that helps America's interest. And like the Philippines is such an important strategic point, right? For if we're going to go with this grand theory that America has in terms of its containment ambitions for China and keeping China kind of locked in there. Not that you could, not that China even has its own grand ambitions of imperialism like the Americans do, and putting military bases in the Philippines and in Japan or and all that sort of stuff. But if you want to keep them on the mainland, then you keep these places under your thumb as the Americans, and especially the military bases, right? I'm going back in a couple of weeks, but I won't be going to Manila. It should be interesting. Yeah, it would be interesting to know what's going on there and what the population feels, what people feel. Good luck. Like a holiday kind of thing. I hope you enjoy your time over there. So that's like a bit of context. So as the story has been unfolding for months now, there was billions of dollars that have been put aside for flood work, so flood relief and flood mitigation measures, and like a lot of that was just funneled away, like kind of thing, into the hands of a corrupt political establishment. Now, whether or not that is true is beside the point. The theme of the Gen Z revolutions of 2025 has been government corruption, and so people are feeling the burn out there, the working people of the world, and very powerful, organized interests out there understand that corruption is a big and sore point for a lot of these places, and have been able to use that idea, that sentiment within populations around the globe and in strategic places that have relations to China, it would seem, to kind of get people raging in those areas based on, and it's the same theme each time: corruption. It's very interesting. It's Lola's birthday. Birthday is on Xmas. Grandma. Okay. Interesting. Oh, well, I hope you have fun. Hope it's nice. It's a nice trip. Hope you have lots of good food too. That's the best part. Eating the local cuisine. Or getting family cooking. All right, let's have a look. Let's get the Germans' take on this one again. Let's go back to the Germans. See what they have to say.
Thousands have again taken to the streets across the Philippines to protest a major corruption scandal involving flood control projects. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is facing public fury over bogus flood mitigation infrastructure projects, which costs taxpayers billions of dollars. It's the Philippines' worst corruption scandal in years. Protesters are demanding a transparent investigation. Flood control is a hot-button issue in the Southeast Asian country, which is prone to deadly floods and extreme...
Always a feast when you get the tribe together. Yeah, I know. I know the feeling.
...weather. Hundreds perished in Typhoon Kalmegi just weeks ago. Let's get more from DW reporter Ana Santos, who's at the protest in Manila. Ana, tell us what protesters are saying.
Well, in this latest wave of massive protests against the millions that were stolen from government funds meant for flood control projects, I heard protests raging with emotions of grief and just deep-seated anger. The rage is coming from the uncovered corruption that they found to be systemic and deliberate, and just the unconscionable level that it was done. We saw nationwide government control projects that were either substandard or did not exist. Now, since these protests started in September, those feelings of rage have been now powered by another emotion of grief. The Philippines was hit by back-to-back typhoons just recently, and we saw in certain places citizens scrambling up to their rooftops, trying to escape raging, rapidly rising floodwaters. Now, what the protesters here have told me is that corruption not only steals from people, it is literally drowning them, and in some cases, tragically, even killing them.
Like, in this case, it's a pretty fair fucking call, right? But you got to say, if there has been money that has actually been supposedly directed at flood mitigation works, and then recently there have been events which have caused that have exacerbated those issues. Like, it's the corruption is not just it's bad for the community, it's bad for society. Like, there's actual physical ramifications of that, like direct ramifications of those decisions, and that is people die when you don't have the flood mitigation works there, and like you have incredible storm events, and that leads to people dying. Like, what do you think is going to happen, right? People are going to put the two and two together again and get pretty upset about that. And look at that. And they seem to be pretty organized too, like very skilled protesters. This isn't just a rabble at the moment. These guys are ready. There's been, a lot of footage in the Western media of the rabble in the past, but it doesn't seem to have that same element to it this time.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the flood control projects that were supposed to be built? How were they supposed to work? What were people expecting?
So the Philippines is one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world. It is ravaged by an average of about 20 typhoons. So these flood mitigation projects, which are like dikes, floodways, waterways, those were meant to cushion the impacts of these typhoons, if not prevent floods altogether. So this was essentially crucial, not just to protect people, but in the frequency of the way that climate crisis has hit the Philippines, just give them a little bit of breathing room to recover from one disaster to another. Now, what we saw was government officials from the highest level of the Senate down to local government officials approving these flood control projects, and then contractors supposedly executing them. Each step of the way, there was a kickback taken by these people. And this resulted in what you just said, either substandard, bogus flood control projects, or even those projects that just simply did not exist.
So you talk about these politicians who were involved. When will this case get to court? And is there any confidence in the justice system handling this without interference, given the powerful people that have been ended up, in the eye of this storm?
I was speaking to the protesters earlier about what they want to happen today, and they had two call-outs. In the immediate, they want all those implicated from the highest levels of government down to the contractors, they want them all put in jail. Now, they're saying that the measures that the government has taken so far in terms of the investigations, the filing of charges against low-level government officials, and even some government officials returning some of the stolen money, they're not having any of it. They're saying that those things are just superficial, cosmetic, and just unacceptable considering the damage that has been done. Now, they're saying that they're not having any of this. Earlier, Melissa, the protesters, the rallies, they weren't just holding up their banners and their flags, they were also holding up their middle finger as a sign of their deep-seated contempt. Now, another pocket of protesters are calling for a complete overhaul of the government. They want the removal of the president right down to all of the officials.
It's a similar strategy, isn't it? Like, this is the request is to overthrow the government. It's not just, hey, we need to have people held accountable. Not just people need to be put into jail for this, like members of the government, anyone who's been involved in their corrupt activities. It really is about replacing this government. Now, obviously, it's hard to prove this directly, but this is the type of stuff that we have been seeing around the world in 2025, especially destabilization of areas that are of interest to China. There seems to be connection with American-funded organizations, NGOs on the ground in these places that are kind of fomenting and like adding fuel to the fire of sentiments of the people that are already upset about things like corruption and all that sort of stuff. And like the objective at the end of the day is like not just, let's hold them accountable for individuals, let's overthrow the government. Let's bring down this corrupt machinery altogether. And what steps into its place? That's the real thing. Who are these people that are going to like take over? Is it these Gen Z hopefuls, the aspirational youth? Are they going to be able to just take over and step in there? Or is it going to be some type of government or group of people that are more aligned to America's kind of interests in this region? It's the million-dollar question. It's interesting that there is a section of this protest that is specifically calling for this. The government needs to step down. It needs to be overthrown. And, we'll move on to other things. We'll move on to someone that, ensures the first island chain is upheld.
That were implicated in this flood control corruption scandal. They want a national transitional council, which will be headed by local citizens, to take over. They say that this is the only way that this systemic corruption that enables things like this flood control scandal to happen. This is the only way to prevent that and the only way to fix a broken system.
DW reporter Ana Santos, thank you very much.
Take it as you will, analyze it for what you will. But the Western media isn't just talking about, there's been some serious problems. They've needed some flood mitigation works. They haven't been done. And people are dying. It's more than that. What makes you qualified to be talking about these important topics? What makes you qualified to question me on these important topics? Eh? Take that, Chad Wheezy. So yeah, this whole situation is being peddled in a very particular way by the Western media. Very particular way. That it's all about corruption, and there are just these hopefuls out there that are looking to destabilize the government. No, bring in a new form of government, a people's version of the government, and all that sort of aspirational stuff, which is, again, it's not problematic on the surface, but is there support from NGOs, foreign NGOs in these countries? It's questioning. I'm not questioning you. I'm pointing out that you're Australian. I don't know, man. That seemed like a question. It definitely seemed like a question. What makes you qualified to be talking about these important topics? That didn't sound like you were pointing me out for being Australian. Why are you going to be snippy about it? I don't know. Where are these comments coming from? None of the feeds are... Oh, this is Kick. Someone's come up on Kick. I've never had anyone comment on Kick before. Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. But what's that got to do with you pointing out that I'm Australian? How is that insinuated in your rhetorical line of questioning? So, and I'm the one who's being snippy? Come on, bro. Check yourself. Yeah, sorry, I can only read them out to you because I actually haven't set up Kick because I've never had anyone comment on Kick before. So I will set up Kick for the next stream so you can actually see Chad Wheezy and his scathing commentary coming over here. Chad Wheezy's killing it over here in Kick World. He's human and he can form an opinion. That's all the qualifications we need for Chatter. I just think that you are Australian and punching above your league and things you should be speaking on. Though, because I'm Australian, I can't speak about stuff. Savage. I will do something about. Is there any like suggestion, Chad Weezy? Potentially, there is a country that I can go and get citizenship in, which would immediately qualify me for being able to talk about things. Maybe if I got citizenship in Europe, maybe. I got a European passport. Yeah, but it's like it isn't Russia, Ukraine, USA, or China. Oh, so yeah, any one of those countries. Those kick chatters, strolling through feral territory. Yeah, but Australian isn't Russia, Ukraine. Okay, so if I got citizenship or residency in all four of those countries, you would let me speak about them. Just to clarify. LOL. Who is allowed to provide commentary based on that logic? Not many people. Only citizens of the world, Jag. Only citizens of the world. As a Filipino, I'm going to need him to shut the fuck up. LOL. I'd like to hear an Aussie perspective. No, but you should be covering Australian, maybe NZ news. Hear that, Voltaire? As an Australian, I'm allowed to talk about New Zealand news. You don't need to cover Russia. You can't possibly know the struggle. Fair enough. Fair enough. Absolutely. So it is I that is the chosen one. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I bet you could see this. Here you go. You can have a look at this. Here's Chad. I think you can just see that. There's Chad's serious commentary going on here. Oh, why can't you guys see that? I don't think you are even being serious. I don't know if you are being serious. Like with honestly, with like logic like that, you can't be serious. No one can talk about anything unless they are the citizen of a particular country. The Russia-Ukraine conflict isn't a joke. And so are you Russian or Ukrainian? Because that's the only thing that can qualify you to decide whether it's a joke or not. A juke. We are all born on this rock. I can critique all surfaces of this volcanic hellscape. Interesting. Yeah, I might have to bring in the kick. No, but I'm not spreading disinfo about the conflict online. Right. Interesting. So you can talk about it and you can have an opinion, but you can't spread it online. Fair enough. Okay. Interesting. Russian bot detected. No. Get him. Did he just say juke or joke? I think he said juke. Yeah. You aren't qualified to speak on what is or isn't true, nor am I. I don't know if I've made the claim that it's always true. I do put qualifiers in there when I say this is my opinion or like this is where I'm getting this information from. I think it's up to you, Chad Wheezy, if you want to think that this is the truth or not. Can you read translator's story from the affected region? Does that count? If we are making silly arbitrary rules after all. Interesting. But you aren't the arbiter of what isn't true in the conflict? Okay. Have you actually been watching this stream or have you just come in? So none of us are qualified to say anything, I guess. I don't know if I have made like claims that this is exactly what's going on. I think I even just said that like 5 minutes ago. Before you started talking. What exactly is the wrong info? I would like to know more. I don't know what's wrong either. Exactly. But it is disinformation. Well, we could have a stream covering pure Russian plus Ukrainian perspectives on this. We could. Gotta find them. Yeah, get some Russian state media or some Russian media. You got to trust the official government statements. Why would they lie? Too bad, Chad. Enjoy it though. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. It's been fun, Chad. Thanks for being the first commenter on Kick as well. Here's the other one that I wanted to look at. I didn't get a chance to read this before. Yeah, but I don't think those people from those countries need your opinion from Australia. What is with you and like making everything about someone's nationality? Eh? Why does it have to be like that? Why can't you just be inclusive and love everybody equally? Don't make this a race thing, man. A nationality thing. You haven't experienced what I've experienced through my own body, so you can't have judgment on what I perceive. Just tell us what you believe already. Yeah, tell us, Chad, Wheezy, what is your opinion? I think this stream possibly was the most diverse perspectives on world issues. I know. It does have, sorry, it has the most diverse perspectives. It's a bit of a motley crew. LOL didn't know the whole country was watching your stream. Yes, I know, right? Why are you being a victim? This isn't about race. You're in a different continent. You can't possibly understand. Okay. But like, I'm pretty sure it was you that's making it about nationality. If you aren't of the right nationality, you can't talk about something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you brought that up. And multiple times. Actually, almost every single comment. Hello, Russia and Ukraine viewers, LOL. Right now, Putin is on his laptop being upset we won't listen to him. Did you just assume my region? Bigot. No, because you aren't Ukrainian Russian, so you don't know. You don't know. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know anything. I don't know. Come on, pick up something else, Chad. This is boring. Come on, man. You just keep saying the same thing over and over again. Give me another point of criticism so I can be a victim about it. I can go and cry myself to sleep. Well, you don't. Yeah, pick something else. Pick a new topic of things I don't know about. Canceling Philippine trip, going to Russia now? Well, make sure you live stream from Russia because that's when your opinion will be valid. You can't even really have an opinion on the Philippines either if you're not there right now. How dare you? No, because you are the big Russia expert. Fuck. Okay. But you have never been to Russia or Ukraine? And do you have proof of that, Chad Wheezy? Australia first and only bigotry? Jeez, switch this back. Yeah, do you have any proof that I haven't been to Russia or Ukraine? Let me know. I would like flight details, please. Flight logs, details, whatever you got. All right, so here's another one. This is interesting, the way that the media is framing this. And this is France 24 English. Sinophobia on the rise. Anti-China sentiment growing in South Korea. Now, they're framing it as, sinophobia on the rise. Sinophobia on the rise. Like, anti-Chinese sentiments. But, like, why are they giving it platform? Why are they platforming this and trying to show people of the world how the Koreans are struggling with their anti-Chinese sentiments kind of thing? You can't prove something didn't happen. Have you been to school? Prove you have been there. No, you made the claim. You proved that I wasn't there. This is my stream. If you want to make outrageous claims, you fucking prove it. It's not my job. I know, right? Can't talk about where I was born, LOL. No, you can't until you have citizenship there. Because I was raised in Oz or some shit. Jeez, what? Haven't done Russia stuff in ages, LOL. We haven't done Russia stuff in ages. I've been to Germany, so I think I can have a say. Douglas Murray was right. You haven't been there. Qualification approved, LOL. No, I made a claim that something didn't happen. You literally can't prove a negative, you fool. Look, man, You said it. And like I said, look, man, you're a bit boring now. So like, come up with something else. If you want to be entertaining, come up with something else. So like, yeah, why is the West interested in painting a picture that there is anti-Chinese sentiment growing in South Korea? Why? Why do we need to know about this particularly? Is this just part of the general, like, you know, anti-immigration sentiment, anti-everything else sentiment that's taking hold of many countries around the world? Or is there another part of the story here? Is South Korea really important in that, like, first island chain style of, like, China containment? I'm not showing your comments, Chad, unless you come up with something better than this. This is your circular logic is kind of stupid, really. You brought up something and then you're asking me to prove it. Like, why bring it up? That's your problem, not mine, brother. Fix yourself.
The chants can be heard throughout this district in central Seoul.
This guy sounds full debate, bro, brained. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, it's negative. You can't disprove it. No. Got you. Logical fallacy. Straw man and such. Anyway, I'll show you guys, actually. Here you go. This is the last one for you. No, I'm asking you to prove it. I'll say whatever I like and you have to prove it right now. Hey? I know it didn't happen. Don't lecture me about logic. You don't understand the concept of not proving a negative. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I think you're right. It's debate bro stuff. All right, back to it.
Planners claim that the Chinese Communist Party is infiltrating South Korean politics and society.
In Korea, pro-Chinese politicians vote for laws that favor China and give it ever more power here. This is a movement to reclaim our sovereignty.
Thousands have braved the cold to attend the rally. Their anger is palpable, driven by social media misinformation and stereotypes about Chinese people.
We shout out with the Communist Party so that all those stupid Chinese get out.
The Chinese do many things that are completely
Jag. Luckily, I've been to South Korea, so I'm basically an expert on this video. My beliefs change depending on what's convenient to my feels. I identify as belief fluid. That's pretty good. I might borrow that if I never ever have to come in contact with a debate bro again.
wrong in our country. They throw trash on the street. They defecate wherever they want. They even steal the organs of South Koreans.
See, why have they got American flags? This is, look, what's going on there? Is this part of this type of movement or something like that? This populist movement that they need to have the American flag next to the South Korean one? It's like when you see the footage of the same types of people protesting in Taiwan about, like, you know, China out, and like in the independence movement in Taiwan, you know, they're flying the American flag like hardcore.
When you see this kind of thing, it's only natural that anti-Chinese sentiment grows.
The reference to organ trafficking goes back to a case that made headlines in the 2000s. Chinese authorities were accused by a religious group of harvesting organs from followers who were in prison at the time. Protesters have twisted the case to claim that organ trafficking by Chinese in South Korea is widespread.
What's your definition of negative? Do we need a debate on semantics and meanings, but under the Oxford Dictionary? Because I've never been there. You've never been to Oxford, so you can't use an Oxford Dictionary? That's pretty good. Did he just do a Chinese poo everywhere argument? Like how some people talk about Indians? Yeah, did you hear him? He was like, they come here and they defecate everywhere. They're dirty, they need to go home. Like, what's going on? That's the exact same trope, right? They come here and they shit everywhere in public. It's crazy. Had a ute near me recently with a Trump sticker on the back window. Hey. I saw a number of Trump like MAGA hats anyway on the weekend. What do you mean definition? Interesting.
In early October, President Lee dismissed the rumors as false and condemned the rise in Sinophobia.
Such uncivilized, degrading acts that damage our national dignity must never be tolerated or left unchecked.
Chinese residents of South Korea are alarmed. Almost 1 million Chinese live in the country, accounting for more than 1 in 3 foreigners here.
I've seen Chinese tourists spit a lot, but never dropping a deuce. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's a big claim. And that guy seemed pretty upset about it too. They come here and they shit everywhere. Our propagandists are obsessed with poop. I know, right? What is going on? I heard about it. I read about it somewhere. Somebody saw it. We caught it on TikTok. Well, we did catch one on camera last week doing it, LOL. But I'm sure he was the exception to the rule. What do you mean, you mean? We're calling everything into question now. Our entire reality. Everything has to be questioned now.
They include Park Dong-chan, who's lived here for 10 years. He says he's worried by the recent increase in anti-Chinese comments online.
For example, here it says, we need a law that bans the Chinese from posting comments. It makes me uncomfortable. It's really hard for me to read that.
Oh, he's got a Che Guevara in the background. Hey, why'd they pick this guy? Hey, what's he up to? Naughty, naughty.
Park, who's president of a migrants' aid association, says racism is being expressed in new ways.
What worries us most is that where it's hatred towards China, or hatred in general, it used to be confined to the virtual space. It has now spread into the real world, into daily life and the workplace. And it's evolving into physical assaults, which is very worrying.
He attributes the trend to an incident on December the 3rd, 2024, after the then president Yoon Suk-yeol denounced Chinese and North Korean infiltrators in an attempt to justify his botched imposition of martial law. That only emboldened his xenophobic supporters. China, South Korea's biggest trading partner, hasn't always been seen as a threat. Seoul and Beijing had close ties in the 1990s, but that changed, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Isn't that interesting? Like, isn't that fucking interesting? How like all of this sort of stuff like plays in. Like you never hear about these unless you go looking for this type of information. But like the rhymes and the rhythms of this type of sentiment, it's like the significant other. Like for a long time, they've had fair relationships. You know, great trading partners, big trading partners. Then all of a sudden, post-COVID, things have gone down, and like you have people agitating politically for their own political agendas. Certain leaders who are like, you know, stoking the flames of people being kind of anti-China because I don't know, it suits their political interests, I guess. Very, very crazy. It's the same themes. It's just kind of, you know, oh, it's got a South Korean bent on it, this one. It's really interesting.
South Korea is one of the countries where public opinion is among the most hostile towards China. The recent demonstrations are tied to national policy, and they are being used by the South Korean far right to amplify their voices. It's concerning.
Those tensions are easy to see in Daerim, a neighborhood in southern Seoul where 1 in 4 residents is Chinese. Some Koreans say they're afraid to go to Korea's Chinatown. Park organises monthly tours to the district to try to put people's minds at rest.
Is that interesting as well? Like what, like in Western nations, like tell me where you're coming from, because you might have a valid opinion only if you're a citizen there. But like, do you hear a lot of fear mongering going on about like, oh, it's not safe to go into Chinatown or something like that, or this neighborhood that is completely dominated by the Chinese or Chinese expats or something like that? It's so interesting hearing about how this works. Sorry, I care about my country more than foreign ones. Oh, you guys are still having you guys still stabbing away in the background there.
Does it seem a bit chaotic to you? In fact, when people talk about Darendong, they often think of a rundown neighborhood that's fallen behind the times. But in reality, it's a very lively neighborhood, especially on weekends.
More than 2,000 people have joined the walking tours in the past 3 years. The aim is to bridge the gap between the Chinese and Korean communities.
Here in Korea, Daerum is often seen negatively as a place with high crime rates and overrun with foreigners. But when you come here,
high crime rates overrun by foreigners? Interesting. The same themes everywhere popping up. High crime and foreigners. Define safety? Oh my god. We're gonna have to question everything from now on. It's funny. Because what's his name is gone. What was his name? Chad Weezy. Chad Weezy? Yeah, it's gone. We have to question everything now, thanks to Chad. My entire reality. I don't even know if I exist anymore. Maybe I am just part of the Matrix. LOL. They beefing still? What matters if it is an Aussie, American, or Chinese beef? Or South Korean, or Russian, or Ukrainian beef.
you realize it's actually
For what I've been told, there is a lot of racism amongst Asian countries. Long as fuck history of violence and invasions. Yeah, but like the way that they frame it from a political sense is like, oh, that enclave over there, isn't it crazy? It's like the same thing across the board everywhere. It says like, oh, that enclave over there, full of migrants, dangerous. And like this guy's job is like to take people on tours and be like, see, they have shops. It's not that scary, is it? It's crazy. It's just the same shit, replastered, repackaged, rebranded for different nations, different nationalities. Yeah, Asians pretty racist to other Asians. And they all have little districts that are like no-go zones.
normal place that happens to have immigrants.
I used to think only Chinese people lived in this district, and I felt distant from them. But that was just because I'd never had the opportunity to see for myself how people live here.
Among the residents are people called Joseonjok, compatriots from China. They're South Koreans of Chinese origin, many of whom arrived here in the early 1990s to take advantage of the country's economic boom. They include this woman who has lived in the neighbourhood for almost 30 years. She's comfortable having conversations in both Korean and Mandarin.
I think the demonstrations against Chinese people are a bad thing. We're citizens of this country, so we also belong here as Korean people.
While their diplomatic ties improve, China and South Korea still have work to do to bring their citizens together.
No, they're not hugging. It's not like fucking Zelensky. Every time he goes somewhere, he gets a big hug. It's very very plain stuff going on there. In fact, lighter Asians be looking down on us browner Asians. LOL. Yeah, I'm well acquainted with that type of stuff in Southeast Asia. It's interesting. There's a lot of cultures like that. I know the Indians are very much like that. The color of your skin denotes what type of caste you used to be in as well. Interesting. So yeah, there's a bit of, stuff going on in that first island chain. We've had Indonesia, a couple of months ago. They started off the stuff with the one piece flag, right? We had Indonesia. We've had the Philippines a few times. Like this has been happening for like a few times over the last couple of months. Nepal. I know there's some stuff going on in Myanmar. And some issues around. There was stuff going on in Thailand as well. There's a lot of, stuff like happening on China's periphery that seems to be like, potentially causing them problems. Let's just say. But yeah, this is potentially part of that containment policy. It's interesting to think about when you think of it through that lens. Like, these are all individual incidents, right? You can talk about them in their individual context, about the specifics of what's happening in that country and that nation. But like, if you look at the broad stories that are happening and the broad themes within those stories, like, it's the exact same conversation that's happening anywhere right now in like liberal democratic societies. It's like, there are evil others inside your community. There are evil migrants, or there are evil places, like, where there are, there's heaps of crime. And like, here in South Korea, it's all those Chinese people, those Chinese criminals that are there to get you. And like, the same themes, the same disturbances that are happening, the same things that are destabilizing or cause people's trust in government to lessen. It's all happening a lot at the moment. And this is all in the context of people constantly speaking about the rise of, right-wing politics and the rise of authoritarianism, and like, a potential threat to democracy and how we run things. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Look, I'm going to leave it there today. So, yeah, thank you for everyone that's been interacting today. We've had some characters coming in. We had some interesting conversations. I tried to list people before, but I kind of got sidetracked. I had a call coming in. But yeah, everyone who's been hanging out. Two Davids, Swiss, Cheese Swiss, Jag, Squeebalicious. Tom Jones is back. Alfie Fisher. Dilemmas. I know I haven't got everyone here, but I do apologize. 4AS was in for just a little bit before. We had, Just Here to Watch a Trash Fire, Voltateur, what was the guy's name? Chad Sweezy in there, causing some excitement towards the end of the podcast, the end of the stream, sorry. So yeah, thanks everyone for your interactions today. I do appreciate it. I know there's still a conversation happening on the side there. So like, you guys might have to continue the conversation tomorrow. If you want to, continue the stabbing going away. Voltaire, who needs enemies overseas when you have enough enemies at home? I know, right? That's how you control people. Just make sure everyone's divided and they're fighting each other. And then you can continue doing whatever you want in your liberal democratic societies. You can continue using the system to produce policies and documents and legislation that are in the interest of a small interest group in society, a small capitalist class usually. And then everyone else is just fighting each other. Eh? It's that group over there. No, it's that group. And then the politicians continue to just do whatever the fuck they want to do, as they represent interests that are not the people's. Alfie, thank you. Just here to watch a trash fire. Good stream. Everyone enjoy your day. Stop the beef. Some people like to piss in our cornflakes. Don't discriminate. But yes. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow for Hump Day. So strap yourself in. We're almost halfway through this week. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Cheers.